I think I'll just, given it is day 2, we've got different submitters, I'll just cover off housekeeping provisions before I introduce the panel. Just if we have to evacuate the building, we need to go out the doors we came in, immediately to my right and down the stairs and out onto the road. Thank you. People just check their cell phones are on silent or off, would be really appreciated. And there are bathrooms up on the hall to my left. We've got a schedule of submitters and times, and we've essentially allocated parties' times. It was a default for 10 minutes to each submitter unless submitters have asked for more, and we've got a list with the time on it. So just given the number, I'll be trying to get people to stick to their time. As I said, we're hearing submissions to the future development strategy. The committee is a joint committee between the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, and there are 3 councillors from that council who are sitting here. Just apologies for Councillor White at this. He's delayed by about 20 minutes. He will come in. We still have a quorum and he'll watch the recording. And with the Rotorua Lakes District Council and 3 councillors from that council sitting here to my right. Their names in front. My name is Greg Hill and I'm an independent chair, not affiliated to either council. I'm assisting the council and running the process. So, without any further ado, I think I'll just get underway with the submissions. Now, Kāinga Ora was first up, who are not here yet. Well, I can see them coming down the hall. And I think the climate change group are not here either yet. So I think we're going to be flexible. And Mr. Gibb, I think, is here. Is Mr. Gibb here? Would you like to come and we'll get you to present now? And Mr. Gibb has got a statement. This is Mr. Gibb on behalf of Pukeroa Ora Whata Trust and Ngāti Whakaui Tribal Lands.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah. I think I better declare my conflict in this one right from the get-go. Not only am I a board member of Pukeroa Ora Whata Trust, there's also my relations as well. So,
thank you.
Thank you. So I won't be participating in the kōrero. Kia ora.
So the actual submission is on page 25 of this book, 45 of this book that we've got. And then there is a statement. Has everyone got a statement of it now? No, we're just getting some of this 2-page statement printed out. So we'll just wait till that comes before you get underway. And just while we're waiting for that, parties have asked for 25 minutes, just so that everyone knows. Welcome, gentlemen. If you'd like to make a start. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Look, you've probably got the best looking front row in Rotorua here at the moment. So my name is Mark Gibb. I'm Chief Executive of the Pukeroa Ora Whata Group. As I've noted in the evidence, I hold a Bachelor of Commerce from Lincoln University and have been involved in the world of property extensively in large-scale master planning and property development across New Zealand and Australasia. With me today, I have the rangatira of Pukeroa Ora Whata Group, Malcolm Short, who is just to my left, and I also have Ray Morrison, the General Manager of Ngāti Whakaui Tribal Lands, to Malcolm's left. So what I'd like to do, if possible, is just step through 3 things. Firstly, Malcolm will give a quick overview of the historical significance of the Trust from a Rotorua perspective. Secondly, I will work through my evidence, which will take around 5 minutes, and then I'll pass over to Ray on behalf of Ngāti Whakaui Tribal Lands to make a few comments. But maybe if I could just ask Malcolm to just to comment on the history of the Trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And good afternoon all. By way of an overview, the Pukeroa Ora Whata Trust, POT, now the Pukeroa Ora Whata Group, was established in 1981 for the purpose of administering the township sections on behalf of the beneficial owners of Ngāti Whakaue. For example, Pukeroa o Ruawhara Holdings Limited, that has been set up under the umbrella of the group, the Pukeroa o Ruawhara Group, for the specific purpose of developing and managing specific land, such as the Rotorua Central development there, the ex-railway block of Rotorua, which has proved certainly a boon for the Trust. So that is the site of the Rotorua Central Mall. The group has significant land holdings within the Rotorua Township, along with undertaking a number of developments. Besides the mall, we have Trade Central down the bottom end of Amaho Street there, backing on to the Rotorua Boys High School. That is the Trade Central development with office buildings within the city centre, and more recently the Wairiki Spa development, and along with QE Health on that important site there down fronting the lakefront. And just of interest there also is the Ngāti Whakaue Education Endowment Trust, which holds the lands between Lake Rotorua and Ranulph Street, including bounded by Amaho and Eruera Street, which they will be looking to develop in the future, starting one block at a time. And I think that's something to look forward to for our city, to see what sort of development we can come up with there. So thank you for that. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Malcolm. And for those that don't know Malcolm's been with the Trust for over, I think, 30 years now as chair. So Malcolm's had a huge involvement in the success of what Pukeroa o Ruawhara has achieved on behalf of Ngāti Whakaue over that period of time. What I'd like to do now is just make some general comments in relation to the FDS. And first off, I think, from an overarching perspective, the Trust generally supports the direction of the SDS, specifically around residential intensification. Though we would reserve our rights in that in respect of saying that we would not want to see there that the cost of reverse sensitivity against our existing investments. And in summary, those would include, and this is by no means an exhaustive list, Rotorua Central Mall, so that's based toward the southern end of the city, that's around $160 million book value. We have Trade Central. We have the recently opened Wairiki Hot Springs and Spa, together with QEH facility on the lakefront. So again, contextually, that's around $100 million development, which has been positioned alongside the recent reinvestment into the lakefront. We have the recently acquired Tasman Holiday Park, Ariki Kopakapa, which is the large golf course immediately opposite Te Puia. We also are a shareholder and have interest in Te Puia, together with a number of other substantive property holdings across the row. As a general principle, our view is managed intensification should not impact the state of latency within the existing infrastructural networks. Intensification options already exist across a number of our key sites, and this should not be hindered by the rediversion of infrastructure into brown greenfield areas introduced under Plan Chain 9 or the FDS. The group would like to see a broadening of zoning opportunities, and by broadening I mean loosening of the current retail restrictions across our land holdings at Rotorua Central Mall, Trade Central and the Wairiki QEH lakefront site. This will enable us to compete with competitor destinations and locations outside the city. Our closest competitor to Rotorua Central Mall would be the likes of Tauriko, the Palms, Bay Fair, etc. So we're acutely conscious that over recent years we have seen a degree of retail leakage into those centres because of the nature of a degree of historical inflexibility around zoning across those sites. And I will make a couple of comments specifically on what we could do on that very shortly. A loosening of the zoning would also enable us to bring forward a general aspiration around the development of mixed use, live, work, play development across key sites. So quite specifically, the outcomes we would like to see is an upscaling in the allowable retail building footprints, which will enable us to optimise the critical building footprint and mass on those sites. Secondly, a downsizing in car parking ratios reflecting the intermodal nature of RCM and Trade Central. Both those sites are positioned on quite significant vehicular corridors. At Rotorua Central, we're a central hub for bus activity, for taxi activity, etc. But we have some of the highest car parking ratios across any retail centres within New Zealand. So again, with the advent of EVs, shared transport, public transport, it makes sense potentially to see us scaling down the sea of car parking we have on those sites. We'd like to see a zoning framework that enables the introduction of an ELP, Entertainment Leisure Precinct, into Rotorua Central Mall. The mall itself operates incredibly efficiently during normal business hours, but it does lose in its ability to trade into the evenings. So the introduction of an ELP would bring forward potential cinema opportunities, broader tourism and leisure activity, music, and a broader F&B precinct offering other than Eat Street that we have at the present time. It makes an awful lot of sense to sweat the centre harder and simply trade longer. And the last point is to bring this forward is really around a broader move towards performance standards away from rigid building controls. Our view is with the nature of the sites we have and some of the changes that we need to make, a focus on performance standards as opposed to rigid building and development of planning controls would certainly assist us in releasing the potential of these large and significant land holdings. As a general comment, we believe that intensification should be supported by a planned and funded approach by RLC to ensure that embedded infrastructure is provided to these key hubs. If I looked at Rotorua Central Mall again as an example, we have quite significant embedded in-ground infrastructure, but it would be a significant fail if intensification was allowed across other areas in the city and the mall could not itself benefit from that, to which it's potentially paid for already by rates and development contributions into the future. So we're really focused on seeing a planned and sequenced approach towards the delivery of the city's infrastructural backbone. General intensification and enhancement of Trade Central as part of the city centre is supported, and we've just referenced that against Map 8 within the consultation document. The Trust holds significant land holdings on Parika Street, which is just to the southern edge of Trade Central. For those that know it, that land is significantly underutilised, and it would make sense to work with council through a rezoning and potentially a re-intensification process on that block of land. The Trust would support the RLC CCO Rotorua NZ in developing and employing a focused strategy to draw business into the CBD. We believe that's lacking at the present time. Strong digital connectivity and public safety must underpin this. Providing easy jobs, access for jobs, education and world-class public amenities, and we believe this must be centric to the vision. As a final comment, the establishment of centralised nodes that we believe should not be at the expense of the CBD nor the fringe, and I think there's a number of examples from within New Zealand and throughout the world in which a loosening of the reins and decentralisation has created dead CBDs, so we believe that there needs to be a really carefully managed demand-supply analysis before decentralisation is pursued with vigour. Therefore, in summary, 5 quick points. Firstly, that we support general intensification across the group's portfolio. Secondly, we would request a review of building controls and a broader move towards performance standards. Thirdly, we would like to work with Council around a rezoning of Parika Street Precinct. Fourthly, we'd like to see a broadening of the zoning at Rotorua Central Mall and Trade Central to increase building footprints, balance out car parking ratios and facilitate the introduction of an entertainment and leisure precinct into the mall and into the city. And as the last point, we'd like to see a better articulated and more clearly defined vision for the CBD. So, Naomi Nui, thank you very much for the time, and I'd just now like to pass on to Ray.
Thank you, Mark, and also Malcolm. Kia ora tātou. Just to introduce myself, I'm Ray Morrison. I'm the General Manager for Ngāti Whakaui Tribal Lands. As a background, the incorporation owns just over 3,000 hectares of land which surrounds the city and covers all entry-exit points. In essence, we're simple farmers, but we've been looking at how we can change our land use and get better returns for our owners and shareholders. So in that vein, we embarked on a significant residential housing development out on the east side on our Wharenui farm. Specifically, that block used to be called the Brents, or known as the Brents block, is 106 hectares, which in real terms is probably 13 to 14 stages of housing development, which is about 1,300 houses. So we've completed stage 1 and we're into stage 2 now. But to the eastern side of that, we've started another development, which is new long-term affordable housing for the community. And on that side, going towards the east, there's potential to do upwards of 3,500 houses in the future. So significant housing development potential on that whole side. And then we've also got land holdings where we're looking at a mix of housing development on the Nongataha side and a mix of commercial and business. So that's in a nutshell where we're sort of at. So we're looking at into doing a lot more to accommodate our farming businesses. So why I'm here today really specifically is firstly to support Pukeroa in their aspirations. We totally agree that we think that the FDS is going in the right direction and certainly has the right intent. Particularly for us, we would like to work further with Council on the rezoning of particularly the eastern side to support our Wharenui Master Plan, which Council are well aware of, and to bring to fruition some of the land zoning changes that will allow that significant housing development and other commercial and retail business and retail development on that side of town. Also in the northern corridor out at Nongataha, we'd also support a zoning change that's flagged in the FDS, and that's for commercial and business, and a significant tract of land along Stembridge Road there for more housing. So in summary, we'd just like to flag to Council that we'd be looking forward to continuing to support the bedding down on the detail of the strategy, and hope that we can play a part in not only supporting our colleagues and the wider tribe, but also the community. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Are there questions? I've got a few questions, but thank you for that. Really interesting kōrero, because we've got the draft strategy is one that says it's predicated on the basis of this compact CBD, but we've heard from other submitters that some say the CBD currently is too large, and if you really want to intensify it, it needs to be sort of shrunk a bit. And we've got other submissions saying, for example, if you do want to focus on the CBD, has too much greenfield land for housing and or industry being established. And given that you're major landowners and you've got a number of different development aspirations, how do you see all that coming together in that sense? Because I mean, it's quite clear you've identified that you want to focus on the CBD, you support intensification, which is what the strategy says, and then set out some of the things to do that. But do you see any of the strategy being too broad to not easily allow what you're asking for to actually be achieved?
Look, I'm happy to make a couple of comments on that. I think sort of observation would be that the Rotorua CBD market is one of in a maturing state. If I look at other major cities around the country that have been through a re-evolution and reinventing of the CBD, that's ostensibly happened through the introduction of residential. Auckland was there in the 80s, that's happened into Hamilton in more recent times. Christchurch has been through it post-quake, it's happened in Wellington to a lesser degree. So, look, there is a fair argument to say that the broader footprint of the CBD appears big on paper. But I think the general view is there's enough bandwidth there to enable the CBD to function effectively. And I think this lifesaver for that will be the introduction of residential into that area, without doubt.
I think that's useful. So the land holdings you've got sort of in this area, sort of in behind the spa where you're talking about, so your clear aspirations are commercial, a mixed use kind of model with commercial and residential, and is it residential to go onto the open market? Is it residential sort of around Papakainga? What's kind of the aspiration there?
Yep, so the model is one in which we don't have an ability to divest land, so that is a constraint for us. But that doesn't preclude us from the ability to actually meet demand with supply. It just comes down to innovative solutions. So from a Pukeroa perspective, our general bread and butter is commercial, retail, tourism type activity. But as we move forward, the evolution of residential into that could well be done. So we're already a residential portfolio owner. We own, I think, Malcolm, 26 homes down towards Whaka. So we already play in that market together, obviously, with a very significant interest in that area through tribal land. So yes, potentially residential comes into the equation. It looks more of a mix through a mixed use lens, and we see opportunities potentially to go up on our sites into areas that potentially would take it. And if I looked at a site like Rotorua Central Mall, that's around 4 hectares, very significant. So the ability to put residential accommodation into there could be accommodated quite easily without any major concerns around reverse sensitivity.
Thank you. And the final question I've got before I hand back, in terms of, when I look at your 13, when you sort of give your overview, you support intensification across the key sites, and then you talk about building control, performance standards, rezonings, and broadening of activity base, which are all things which would come through a district plan change. And I'm just thinking and also about the parking provisions, and of course, under current legislation, under that national policy statement, councils can no longer regulate car parking, so that might take care of itself. But in terms of a strategy, are you suggesting that in terms of the how do you do intensification, that we should be specifying some of those other types of things that would need to happen to enable intensification to occur? Because that seems to be the real trick. You can say it, but how do you make it happen?
Yeah, I think, look, it's probably a two-step process. Number one is just loosening of constraints and allowing the market to actually find its equilibrium around, sort of where demand supply exists. Like we've got, a considerable and building book of demand at the moment that we simply can't accommodate because of zoning restrictions. And that's not, looking to apportion blame to anyone. That's simply because of the historical basis of the way that zoning has been agreed and articulated versus where the market's gone. And over the last 10 years in a retail sense, we've seen a significant evolution into certain areas. If we looked at, the warehouse coming in and category killing a lot of areas that they have previously sold into. The smaller home hardware is now gone with the evolution into Bunnings Mitre 10. We've seen it in the pharmaceutical game with Bargain Chemist Warehouse and Chemist Warehouse. So we're finding that that zoning doesn't necessarily enable those type of players to come in. And if cities are not proactive around making sure that zoning moves with the market, we find a situation in which development occurs around us as a city, but we can't participate in it. And it means that the depth of our retail offering ultimately suffers. So I think we're in a bit of that phase at the moment. So the FDS is very timely in the sense that we can recalibrate the zoning and the control regime towards where the market sits at the moment.
Thank you. Are there further questions from Councillor?
Thank you. Firstly, with regard to your holdings within the CBD, you'll be aware that there's areas within the CBD that it's recommended that development, very intensive, high density development would be suitable up to 6 stories. And we've had submissions from some people to say that the geotechnical conditions may not be suitable or development may be too expensive to be able to develop those, what they call soft lands or lands that are subject to geothermal activity. Have you got any thoughts about that?
Look, that's a very easy thing to say without evidence, isn't it? It's a simple way to go against a view that you don't like over height buildings or intensification by simply asserting that there's geotechnical issues. So, I suppose if we took a step back, every part of New Zealand to a lesser or greater extent has geotechnical issues. We've had no significant problems in the sites that we've developed. Engineering, technology and foundation design and innovation has moved significantly over the last 30 years. So, if we do adopt more of a performance type regime, it would just be an exploration around what we could do with the limitations we had from a geotechnical perspective. But, there were some major geotechnical limitations down on the lakefront site with Waiariki, and we managed to work around those quite comfortably. So, no, I don't believe a concern around geotechnics should limit the city's aspiration around height. I think that would be quite perverted.
So,
yeah.
So you're saying you definitely support that high density in the CBD?
In the right, in the right locations at a broader master plan level, it would make sense. And I think that's the trick, because we do have a disaggregated ownership regime in the CBD. We don't suffer that same issue because we have significant holdings, so it becomes a wee bit easier for us.
Yep. Also, I have a question for Mr Morrison from Ngāti Whakaari tribal lands. So we've got a number of maps in the strategy. One is map 12, which shows Murray land holdings within the proposed new greenfield areas. And then we have some business and commercial proposed new greenfield areas. And there's quite a bit of overlap between those two sets of identified areas for development. So I guess my question for you is, and I'm not sure which of those Murray land holdings are yours, but of those, do you support all of the uses and the scheduled timing that has been identified in the FDS?
Yeah, in general terms, our land holdings relate to maps 10 and 11 specifically. If you go to map 10, we agree with, we think they've done a pretty good job actually. So we'd agree with the rezoning at that level, because if you look at, say, this is at Nongataha, that's how we would have, and we've got our own. We asked Terrace and Gresson, our own consultants, to do some work on this, and they've come to the same conclusion we did. So no problems there in terms of looking at the growth out to that northern aspect. And then in terms of map 11, which is the eastern side, we had some work done actually probably in your time, Malcolm, with the Wharenui Master Plan, which basically was the precursor to this. So we've always been in alignment for a mix, but particularly, rezoning that from farmland into housing, which is probably what it should be, and then more towards the airport for extending the commercial development stuff back this way. And we just say it's probably not a matter of if, but when that should happen.
Yeah. So there's no areas that you have that you've got aspirations for that aren't identified in the FDS?
No.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gentlemen, thank you for the presentation. A couple of angles. One, I'd like to explore what your thinking is around Perarika Street. I know you've articulated mixed use and you're ready to go on that. Could you, how close are you to that, given I think the proximity to the CBD and intensification and all the things that you've talked about? You indicate you're ready to go. Can you articulate or expand on that a little bit?
Yes, Councillor, I think we're ready to go would be a definition of our enthusiasm to actually get moving with Council around defining ultimately what that land looks like. So at the moment it's an educational precinct. It could be anywhere from an extension of retail through to residential housing, through to Papakainga, Kamatua housing. There's a whole range of different options we'd like to explore. The key thing is, I suppose, is trying to signal a willingness to move into that process with Council as quickly as we can.
Good, I think that's exciting, and I would support that. The second thing is around staging and timing, and you've articulated the need to get some vibrancy into the CBD, and east side, no problem with that, but I just wonder how we deal with the constraints that are pretty obvious in Nongata, particularly with traffic passing through the main village. We've had another submitter, articulating perhaps the need to move the highway. I just wonder what your thoughts are on how we keep the village feel and keep the thing functioning properly, and particularly in terms of traffic, if we're going to intensify it.
Look, I probably can't give a view from the Trust, given it's a fair way outside our area of jurisdiction. Ray may wish to make a comment, but Councillor, the other example I would use is there was a similar view in Cambridge 5 years ago, 6 years ago, when the bypass went past, and there was a group that said that would be the death knell of Cambridge. And look at it now. You struggle to get car park in the CBD from 9 in the morning. It's absolutely on fire. So personally, I don't believe it would be a major issue.
I'm not familiar with the proposals of where to move the highway to, but my sort of general response would be, again, using another example, say like Katikati, they've managed. I mean, it's also sort of linear based, and they've extended their commercial precinct back towards Tauranga with supermarkets, etc., which is I know another submitter that we're also in support of is proposing to do. But we also think that just like on the east side, you need to also think about where you're going to be putting houses. So we think that the right balance there with your commercial stuff and your residential development in the long term has got to be balanced.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, everyone. Just the question was just around intensification on that Fenton Street spine, which includes potentially the racecourse eventually. So what's your thoughts on intensification, residential, the proposed zoning for that?
Yes, obviously we don't have jurisdictional control over the racecourse, so I don't think we would be in a position to specifically comment, other than obviously to say that if there was a substantive change in use on the racecourse, from a gifted reserves protocol perspective, there would be an expectation from the Trust that we would see that land returned.
And so broadly, are you supportive of the foundation of the future development strategy for residential, which is both a mix of greenfield and intensification, given that you've got quite a lot of greenfield going out on the east side, but there was also quite a lot in the FDS around intensification, particularly in that Glenholme, close to the CBD area?
Yeah, look, it would seem to make sense on the face of it to see intensification through that whole corridor from Mariki Kopakapa down to the city. It would make sense, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Kia ora tātou. I just wanted to thank you for the thrust and direction of your submission. To have the support of your groups is of immense importance to Rotorua, and Malcolm, I think you and I were in this building in the early 80s when Richard Prebble announced with huge fanfare his plans as Minister of Railways for all that land down there and how it went down like a lead balloon. I remember that famous day in this building. But no, I think what you've done for Rotorua is to be acknowledged and always will be in perpetuity, and I personally would like to thank you for that. And in particular, the support and the direction that you've shown here today for the FDS. I think it's commendable, and kia ora tātou.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's very helpful. Thank you. Thank you. Next, we'll go back to Mr. Liggett for kāinga order. Sorry, we're very fast-paced here. I saw you coming down the hallway, but we got the next minute in, so apologies for that. Just so, Mr. Liggett, we've got your submission, and we really, I know you've got a presentation that you'd like to present, and you've asked for 20 minutes, so I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much. So as is on the slide, Brendan Liggett, Manager Development Planning, and to my left is Paul Bowman, our Manager Spatial Planning, the other half of the National Planning Group, which sits within our urban planning and design functions.
Kia ora koutou.
Just a couple of high-level comments and by way of introduction. Kāinga ora has been in the privileged position of working with council staff at various stages through the development of the FDS. Fundamentally, we've been very grateful for that approach. It has allowed a lot of the commentary that we would supply in a submission to be trimmed right back down, and I think our commentary ultimately is one of high-level support. Even by way of submission, there is not a lot of direct changes that we've sought either by way of submission or by way of this presentation today. So really appreciate the collaborative way in which the council is engaged on that, and is in stark contrast to other geographies, so it is noted and very much appreciated by us. Just going to touch on a couple of key themes at a high level by way of the presentation, and provide a little bit of context by way of discussion. And then happy if you've got any questions of us. We'll try and get through the slides pretty quick smart so we can leave time for questions. Just fundamentally, why is Kāinga ora here to present in front of you today? From our perspective, the Future Development Strategy is a key strategic document for the Council. Will frame up how development happens over time, but also the way we see that as a document for future work in terms of the funding and future long-term plans and how this document can steer that. We note there is some commentary within the document that does draw those two things together, and we're very encouraged by that. And I guess the commentary that we'd provide here to Council today is to continue that effort of integrating the funding mechanisms through the LTP to align with the outcomes that are sought here, so we can actually see delivery out the other end. The commentary where we think further work could be done with respect to the FDS as an additional process and potentially a future addendum is around full implementation planning and actually being very clear and articulate about what that looks like project by project and how that links to the very specific outcomes that the future development strategy is seeking to achieve, just to provide greater clarity for the population and communities of Rotorua, but also for those people that are coming to invest in this geography, so they have a clear understanding between the investments that Council's making, the investments that the private sector might make, and how that's contributing to the outcomes. More broadly, the role and function of the Future Development Strategy articulated in the National Policy Statement. We see from our assessment of the FDS as it's been put together we're largely getting a green tick on most of the high-level objectives that the future development strategy is asking. There are some areas, minor areas of refinement, but fundamentally we're highly supportive of what the council has done to date. As I said at the opening, we have been a partner working collaboratively with the council. We would like that relationship to continue to be constructive going forward, and would like to continue working with the council to support its endeavours there. Particularly for, and bring it right down to kāinga ora, one of the key drivers for us when we're looking at a document such as this is how is the council planning for the future in terms of meeting the needs of the population, both presently and the future. One of the biggest challenges that we see that this document needs to address is how do we deal with the housing gap that exists within the city, both within the social housing portfolio, public housing portfolio. We've got roughly 715 dwellings, a pipeline of a further 500 in the works that's underpinned to help deliver the future development strategy, but also the plan changes that are coming. That's responding to unmet demand that's quite significant within the city. 900 dwellings are needed just to meet current demand. That represents a 6-fold increase in the last 5 years. But it also represents, and this is the significance of it, it might only sound like 900 families, but it is 900 families waiting, but there's a disproportion when we look at the national picture. Rotorua as a district represents 1.5% of the national population, but in terms of that unmet need for housing, at the public housing level, it represents 3.7% of the wait list. So 2.5 times its proportionate population is the unmet need here. So we have an issue to address at that end, but we also have a supply issue generally in terms of what we're seeing historically and potentially in the future. We note that in 2022, for the preceding 9 years, there was 9,000 additional population coming to live within Rotorua, serviced by an additional net 1,200 dwellings globally across all manner of housing types. So if we average that out, we're talking 7.5 people per house. For every new person, for every new house, 7.5 people have come here to live in that house. So there is a undersupply problem here that needs to be addressed. So that brings us to the solutions. This is a case where you need both, and you have identified that, and we support that. We do need greenfield as well as the brownfield. Sorry. Yeah. We do need both the greenfield and the brownfield intensification, and then the question is where and by how much. I know there's been a lot of work done on the constraints and opportunities that are presented for both greenfield and brownfield, understanding that there are natural hazards that exist and other issues for the city to balance. In the majority of places, we think the greenfield allocation is responding to those identified opportunities and constraints, although in some of the geographies we note further work is needed before they come on stream, and we support the council doing that work. When it comes to the brownfield intensification, 2 comments there. We note that the council had sought direction from the minister to promote medium density residential standards in this geography, the only Tier 2 council to do so. In that sense, yes, there is provision once the plan changes go through to provide high levels of development capacity right across the city. We support that, both within this process in terms of the future planning, but also the plan change. The one comment we would give the council to further consider, and it's probably one of the only things that hasn't fully been resolved as a result of the submission we've supplied. And if I can find the reference, that would be point K of our submission. We think in terms of the ability to absorb higher density, there's still further work to do around the city centre. The city centre itself has a framework that we fundamentally very close to alignment with. In terms of the high-density housing that supports that, that's where we depart. We agree with the geography that Council's already identified, but we think the area that Council has identified as potential future needs to be signalled now as a change to high-density residential. And we think that it needs to go further south in terms of its future investigation. So inside of the State Highway 5, State Highway 30, southern end of the city centre, we see that the investigation should take you right through to the golf course, or at an absolute minimum Devon Street in the south. A couple of reasons for that: your own evidence and your own material. Map 13 demonstrates the accessibility across the city as a whole. That geography relative to all other parts of the city remains highly accessible, at worst moderately accessible. It's our view that that's where we should be looking to consolidate higher intensity forms of housing type. It's supported by enhanced public transport, or indicated enhanced public transport, down those southern corridors of Fenton Street and State Highway 5. The other reason for us to signal progressing further south than what Council has indicated for in terms of potential investigation, and I know you were just having a conversation about the geotechnical issues that soft soils present. Fundamentally, what Council's done is put all of its high-density residential that will support the city centre, currently proposed today, but also for potential investigation, within those soft soil geographies. The land immediately to the south that we're suggesting you extend for potential investigation in the future, that is the geography where land starts to get better in terms of the subsoil conditions. Yes, there's always opportunities to engineer, but engineering costs. So at that point you do need to start going up. Will 6 stories be enough? Development economics will play that out at the appropriate time in the market. The research that we've done suggests in the soft soils, the economic feasibility is challenging. The land immediately to the south of those soft soils is more feasible right now today for higher intensity development. Which brings us a little bit to the evidence base that underpins this. Fundamentally, there's been a lot of work done by the Council. Our issue here is, how do we actually drive affordability from the evidence? And we don't, touching on the intensity level of development, we don't think the high density, medium density ratio is right to start to influence the affordability of housing over time. We support the outcomes that the Council has highlighted with respect to the role of Maori within the housing system, and that in respect of this Council, it's actively promoting those aspirations to be realised and endeavouring to support them where the Council can. The responsive planning and the infrastructure triggers, fundamental premise of this entire process is to integrate land use planning with infrastructure provision. We note that a lot of the key outcomes are supported by infrastructure investment, either solid projects that are sitting in the background or envelopes of money to address known problems. And as I said at the opening, creating that connection with the long-term plan and being very explicit about that through an additional addendum outlining all of those projects would assist in that space. Other than that, thank you very much for the opportunity to present and available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Liggett. Can I just start off with the questions? I'm sure there'll be others. It was really interesting reading your submission because it said support, 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 then you get that word however. And as I read your submission, one of the I suppose criticisms is around you support the intensification, you're supporting high density, and then sort of implying, or maybe quite explicitly, that there's too much greenfield being identified. What should we do about? What should the council do? Are you suggesting that spatially it should be pulled back, or are you saying it's a staging issue? Or what do you actually suggest we do?
I think doing further work with the team and building up our own evidence around a final assessment of the proposal. The feedback that we've had is the greenfield land identified is responding to the constraints and opportunities. So strategically identifying that as the greenfield pool, if you want to call it that, for Rotorua is an appropriate direction setting. The release of that land and the staging of the infrastructure investment and mapping that out and being very clear about how that will happen, and the release of that in part responds to the however. So if those two things were brought together, then the thrust of our submission and the however could be met.
And the other question, come back to the high density. It seems, just again reading other submissions and just reflecting on what I hear in the media around, for example, Plan Change 9, it's those two words, high density, which seems to scare the horses. You're clearly supporting that, and even the identification of high density in the strategy. What do you think the implications would be of not showing high density in the strategy, given that an FDS is talk about broad locations of development? Does it matter that much if it's not identified, in your view? It's high density, not as not development, but not as high.
Yeah. Our view would, and I'm looking very specifically at the city centre south with respect to this commentary. There is other geographies where that's been highlighted, but this is less important in those geographies. If we're talking about having a vibrant, economically sustainable city centre where carbon emissions are reduced to the greatest extent possible, we then need to put the greatest number of people immediately accessible to that. It is a shift in current living amenities and outcomes. From our perspective, the signal of high as a change from the status quo is important. The geographies and the very tight geographies that Council has signalled are economically challenging in terms of the advice that we've received. It's not impossible to do. It's barely profitable in many cases. So there's a challenge in terms of, yes, we can signal we want that as an outcome, but as of today, market conditions as of today suggest you won't achieve that through delivery, but we still need to signal that that's where the city would need to go.
And is that the key? This is if the strategy is to support this compact and focus on the CBD, your view is that signalling high density close to the CBD is really important. Is that, yeah?
For this document, it's fundamental, yes.
I'm going to be very unkind and ask you a difficult question. And that is, we are responding to a policy instrument of the current government, and we have a looming election. And there are signals that have been put out there that the MDRS may disappear sometime in the future. So I'd be interested in knowing what your position as an entity will be should that happen. Will the MPS UD be rewritten, and will we then have to be reconsidering our FDS?
I couldn't offer any crystal ball as to what a future government may do with respect to direction.
What a good public servant you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't speculate on that.
It's something we are having to grapple with, so some guidance would be helpful.
Yeah, I'll give a view and then I'll hand to Mr. Bowman to provide some wider comment on it as well. I guess fundamentally at the core of the MPSUD, what is it asking of council? What is it asking of community? And what is it asking of those people, the market putting investment in? The view I would express to you is it's actually asking for good planning. So do we need a government to come from Wellington to tell us what good planning looks like if we have a set of strategic outcomes to achieve? Now, someone may change the strategic outcomes, but if we're looking at the high-level issues that face New Zealand and that face Rotorua, those issues don't go away if we change the policy documents that sit coming out of Wellington. Fundamentally, would I be saying anything different to you about what you need to be thinking about for Rotorua going forward? No, I wouldn't. The only comment I would offer is we still have to have regard to and give effect to national policy. So if there was a substantial shift, then there's a substantial shift, and as agents of the Crown, we would have to respond to that. But I think the process that's being asked here is just good planning practice. And fundamentally, between the position of Kāinga and Council, we're generally aligned. We're misaligned on a couple of key issues around that intensity, the where and the how much and the why. Our view is a little bit more is necessary if you are actually going to start to see that shift. And you need to put it in economically feasible locations so that those things can be demonstrated.
Thanks, Brendan. Thank you, Chair and Council, for having me. I realise I'm a bit of a late addition to the party, as they say today. Haven't long been with Kāinga, but obviously spatial planning is an emerging field, and we should all know just last week we had a royal assent of the spatial planning bill, and I think Kāinga are watching their involvement in that, I would say, quite closely, and where we fit in with future regional spatial strategies, if that's the path we end up taking. I think, as Brendan said, I don't think this is wasted work. I think my own view is many FDSs across the country are already foreshadowing those well-functioning urban environment outcomes that regional spatial strategies will be seeking in the future, irrespective of the government. And I think your housing and business assessments will be driving you to look at how you best meet your housing and business land supply and demand. And I think it's, good practice really to focus on your central city and walkable catchment and driving up, as Brendan said, those high densities first and foremost in those localities which have good PT connections. So I think irrespective of whether MDRS becomes, and I've seen it quoted as optional or discretionary, councils will be looking at their centres first and foremost rather than everywhere, shall we say, under the MDRS. So I think this FDS is in the right direction. I also think you do need to draw that distinction, between high density and medium density. I think you have to be true to the purpose of the FDS and give that signal of those higher density typologies that you're seeking. And that also helps with your infrastructure planning as well going forward. So, yeah, I think irrespective of what happens, the FDS outcomes will be very similar from what I see.
Thank you. I've just got one further question. You suggested that the housing numbers are rounded so that when the media gets hold of them, it sort of makes a bit more sense to the public. I looked at some figures and they ended with, I'll just make one up, 5,640. I would have thought that was rounded. Are you saying it should be 5,500? Is that what you call rounding? I'm not clear about what you mean by that.
Yeah, I think in terms of a future development strategy, too precise is too precise. To the nearest 100 in circumstances where you're dealing with thousands of households in any event, current and future. The nearest 100 would be appropriate. Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, kia ora, thank you for your presentation. Obviously, the touchy point is the high density, medium density ratio. And obviously you think that's the focus on medium density is not the sort of proportion you're looking at. What is that proportion that you would think is ideal, just to give a sense of measure here?
It's a hard question to answer, to be fair, because you need to understand context and what's happening within a geography, and no city is equal to another city. Our assessment of that geography south of the city centre is informed, one, by the existing transport network and the investments signalled there, but also fundamentally the way Rotorua operates in terms of its access to the CBD. You've got a state highway to the west, if I've got my orientation right. That's a barrier in and of itself, unless you highly manage it, but then you've got competing interests between cross-flow of pedestrians versus throughput of state highway. Similar issue as you go to the west. And then when you come to the south, you've got sensitive landscapes and other resources. When you actually funnel all that down, you have such an accessible location there that it screams out, that's where you want to put the maximum number of people. Because if all of a sudden there was no petrol and we couldn't drive and we hadn't all invested in our new battery-powered cars, that's the target location people are going to want to be, because you can walk. Yes, and I've explored this personally, you can cycle from the edge of Rotorua in most directions in less than 20 minutes. The council is looking at cycleways and other forms of mobility. We support all of those investments by the city to create alternative transport options. But when we look at the geography, it just, proportions aside, that's the location spatially. That makes sense.
Thank you. Just one more question, Mr. Chair.
We're over time, but we've got a few people dropped out, so as long as everyone's happy, that we'll keep going with it.
Yeah, just on you made a comment about the role of iwi Māori in this area, and are you suggesting that we need to amp that up a bit in the context of the opportunities in that space? I mean, particularly given the demographic of this place.
Yeah. Our comments relate to an observation, and I don't want to say it's a comparative analysis, council against council across the country. I guess what we have seen here relative to other geographies is a depth of relationship and a depth of working together that is greater than we see elsewhere. We think that needs to continue, and the council has actually recognised the role mana whenua play here and the role that iwi entities can play in continuing the growth of the city. Sad to say that's not replicated elsewhere. Our commentary around that is supportive of the council and the work it's done to date, and that it continues to do that.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, tēnā kōrua. I think you might have answered it partly already, but I'll ask anyway. So you mentioned, I think you made a comment in your presentation. I think you said there are some areas for refinement in the FDS as it sits now. You've identified a couple. Are there any other particular ones you'd like to mention that maybe you didn't?
I think if I go back to the context of our submission, a lot of the commentary here has been around spatial distribution and recognition of high density. Any other one that I would probably draw to your attention is the route and the connectivity to Tauranga, and the recognition of that.
Thank you. Now I know where your thinking is around that. And just one more question, please, Mr. Chair. You also mentioned a corridor around, I think it was per person, one house was 7.5 people per household. Those are the numbers. Is that based on the current sitting population of Rotorua, or the influx that you see is going to happen in time?
No, so that was looking back from 2022, the preceding 9 years, so from 2013 to 2022, the city's population grew by 9,000 people. Its housing stock, number of houses available, grew by 1,200. So if we do the ratio, for every house built, there's 7.5 people that either arrived, were born, or came home to Rotorua. And to put that in context, national average occupancy of housing ranges between 2.4 and 2.7 people per house. So we're nearly 3 times that for all of the additional population that you've had for the last 9 years.
Thank you for that clarification. Kia ora.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Just the question is whether or not your submission is at odds with itself. So you say in paragraph 4A that we should be promoting a compact and concentrated urban form and intensification, and that people should be near transit-orientated development and connected centres, so that's the CBD, but now you're suggesting that we simply shift people out further and further and further to the south of the city, to the golf course area end of the city, so that is not a compact city. You're actually asking us to spread it out even further.
And I think I would probably have to take you to explain our thinking behind that, I would have to take you to map 13 of the FDS itself.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at, that purple map, so you're...
Yeah, so the area that we're describing largely has the Glenholm stamp on it. The population, you can't do all of this via intensification alone in any form. You do need greenfield growth. The challenge around intensification is if you continue to do greenfield, intensification in the centre becomes more challenging economically from a market feasibility perspective. And where you have the high density zone at the moment is more economically challenging than the land immediately to the south of it. In circumstances where the land immediately to the south, relative to the urban fringes of the city where housing will be built, that is still far superior in terms of its accessibility. But because of that, all of those things put together, and the fact that, I'd be so bold as to say you have a housing deficit, given what's happened the last 9 years. Technically, you've got another 3,600 homes to build just to deal with the population that arrived, if you're talking national averages. So we're 3,500 behind, let alone starting to plan for the future. So there is a need to bring a lot of houses quickly. You can keep doing the greenfield, but that's going to push people even further out. Hence the increase the amount of high density.
Okay, thank you. And the second question is just around the implications of, you're suggesting that we should rezone all of this high density to 6 stories right out to the golf course immediately?
No, so just the area, in terms of what we think you should do immediately, is the area you've already identified as an immediate response and the potential future investigation area to the south. So we say you should make all of that high density right now. From there to the golf course is what you should be earmarking as investigation for the future and tasking the council officers to go away and do more work around what it would take to facilitate high density in a well-functioning way in that part of town.
So when you say shorter term, you're talking what time frame?
Your decision on the FDS now.
Yeah, so just in terms of your saying that your council should be providing implementation around infrastructure so that it makes it easier for planning, does having a much wider intensification area going out to the golf course actually make it potentially harder? Because we could end up with a 6-story here and one over here and one over here and one over here.
I think in terms of the infrastructure planning, that with greenfield you have a staging and a release question. With brownfield intensification you have a what is the available capacity in the network and what can it handle. If I go sideways for a second, we're doing developments across the country where the council will tell us there's no infrastructure capacity. In terms of our initial conversation across the desk, we go away and investigate. There is latent capacity that is easily gained by doing some very minor modifications to the network. Simply sleeving a pipe and preventing stormwater from getting into an existing wastewater pipe opens up a lot of capacity quickly and relatively inexpensively compared to alternatives. So there is a number of things that can happen relatively quickly that mean a decision to go now doesn't make your infrastructure system fall over, and that you're then actually planning for that reality as opposed to potentially ignoring it in the short term and not having the infrastructure investigation and planning happen while you're dealing with the network as a whole.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liggett, Mr. Bowman, very much. It's really interesting stuff. I could spend all afternoon with you, actually. Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have the climate change group. Apologies, running slightly late, so Kia ora, welcome. I'll hand over to you. We've got your submission and...
Kia ora. Tuatahi, gee, what a loud mic. Ngā mihi nui kia tātou, kia koutou, kia kōrua ngā kaiwhakahaere, tēnā tipu, me koutou katoa, ngā kai tautoko ki ngā tipu, kei te taha Māui, me te taha matau. Tēnā hoki kōrua ngā pau, ngāhu o ngā mātua tūpuna. Tēnā rā watu tātou katoa. So I'm here to present the submission that I'm sure you've read from Te Uranga o Kia. And I'd like to start by just talking quickly about what and who is Te Uranga o Kia. Maybe a little bit of, although it's not very significant, who I am. And really the key thrust of our document is about context and the scope of paradigms that have influenced and appear to influence the thinking around the FDS. So Te Uranga o Kia is a mana whenua organisation. And I want to clarify the meaning of that word mana whenua. Te mana o te whenua in our context is talking about our hapu and our whakapapa affiliations. And whilst our 80 active members spread far and wide and connect into most, if not every, land trust and the obviously settlement lands and lake bed entities in terms of legal connection, that's not how we're referring to mana whenua. It's mana whakapapa and it's mana o nehera. So it's the mana of our blood connection to our ancestors and to the history of the land that is the foundation of the thinking of our group. Secondly, so we've been around since 2018, and as I mentioned, we have 80 active members, all who affiliate to Te Arawa, and we are environmentally focused. I would call us Māori environmentalists, and we are bringing through a range of traditional and, I guess you'd use that word, mainstream knowledge and expertise. So myself, I have a bachelor's degree in Parks and Recreation Management and a master's in Marketing. And we have a range of qualifications of that nature sprinkled across our group. Fun fact, just to keep it interesting, who can tell me how many native virgin ancient canopy trees of canopy species exist in the Rotorua catchment?
You'll probably have to tell us, I suspect.
None. There's not a single remaining ancient virgin canopy species tree in the Rotorua catchment. Nongotaha maunga, that's all had them all cut down all through. The little bush on the top of Whakapaungako, none up there. It's all had them all. The little bit at Hamarana, none over there. The Kahikatea stand down by Rangi Te Aorere, second growth, none. That's the horrible, heart-wrenching, heartbreaking legacy of our catchment, of our beautiful tapu ancestral lake. None. Just to continue, we also put forward that from a treaty perspective, we want to clarify that the treaty partner is hapu. Post-settlement entities are a conduit of treaty asset to hapu. Ahu whenua trusts, whilst they often parallel in terms of ownership and membership the characteristics of hapu, the actual treaty partner is hapu, and that's why we've maintained our one-step removed, two-step removed. Of course, we're all part of the settlement entities, we're all part of the Ahu Whenua Trust, but we've moved ourselves aside to sit under our whakapapa as our foundation. So I think that is my introduction. I'm just going to go through and pick out probably about 15 points
Just on doing that, you've asked for 15 minutes, and what I'd really like to get to, and the question is what you would like us to do with this.
Well,
strategy.
I'll just tell you then straight out and then see how we go.
That would be great.
So
'cause
we
then can
believe,
come back to questions.
Yeah, we believe that there's a gap in terms of the scope of the paradigms around looking into the future. The first problem is the 30-year time frame. So when we read and when we listen and look at all the submissions and the sort of flow of where the council's going, it's all about what's here now and tinkering, and it's all founded on a whole lot of assumptions. We had a discussion the other day where we got to this point about the CBD, and one of our members said, will there always be a CBD? And some people in the room were like, what? And it's that type of thing. So our lens goes back into the traditional landscaping and layout of the whenua and of the rohe, in terms of where the papakainga were, in terms of how the environment functioned. That's our ideal. And so we believe that the first thing that's missing is a bigger, longer-term picture that feeds back to the 30-year or thereabouts strategy, as opposed to just feeding the 30-year strategy from the here and now, because that limits the range of the paradigms and the thinking of what's actually possible. So that's the first point of what we want. I think it's also important to clarify that there's some excellent work and representation that goes on in Te Arawa around Te Arawa participating in the council mechanisms, which is not my specialty area, but with our councillors and the specialty physicians, etc., that are there, and giving full respect and honour to those positions. However, there is also this thing called Mātauranga Māori Taiao, which may or may not travel through those conduits. So we are suggesting a hapu layer as a treaty partner that is solely focused on, just use the words, more purist Māori environmental dynamics, feeding into the system somehow, and how what that might look like is would be a work in progress. Taiao first thinking, at least as a clear guiding light. So we hear lots about social needs, we hear lots about the immediate. It's all about immediate, economic, social, housing, this, and look, haven't got our heads in the clouds about the need to really be focused on addressing that. But so often the taiao, the environment, sits off to the side as an optional extra in many cases. And so we think that taiao environment first thinking should be a much more present pillar in the way that things are formulated. So that would be a sense of where our thrust is.
Can I put, because that I don't disagree with any of that, and I mean it's really how would this future development strategy be framed, and I think what you're saying is it isn't, and we've had others saying it isn't, but some of those terms are clearly in there, te ao, the environment are in there, but it's your view that they are, you see them as secondary to all these other things, and it should be flipped up. We heard yesterday about lakes water quality and water quality, again, running along the same arguments. That should be the opening or the position, and that any future development needs to fit within that construct, as opposed to here's development and we need these other things off to be dealt with. That's kind of broadly what you're saying, isn't it?
That's what we're saying.
Dave, are there questions that you want to put to on this issue? Because it's quite a fundamental issue.
It's fundamental, and I wonder if I just fire through and just quickly pull out these points, because they might just fatten up. So that was quite a nice, lovely dream and vision, isn't it, about an environment and about Māori, leading the taiao and all that. But I'll just give you a few things here. So developments would move away from freshwater rather than moving closer to freshwater. That land development around freshwater and catchments in the long term would be about restoring planting around freshwater, utilising obviously native trees, but also high speed and high output exotics to surrogate and to support native biodiversity as appropriate. Restoration, so that would, restoration of wetlands, lake edge and river catchments as a priority. Traditional food species, particularly in the lakes, like we hear our kaumātua over at Te Roro o Te Rangi always talking about the native fish species and how they're pretty much low or non-existent, and that's because of trout. So we have a value set that says, trout is a good thing, but we have our old people saying, kei hea ngā ika o nehera, we are the fish of old times, they're not there. And I've heard them say that those are the real tohu of the health of the environment. So that I'm just going to throw these out just so you can see some of the range of where our thinking sits. Food production, the thinking that land that can produce food should produce food. Fantastic thought, but we put on top of that, if that food and that production is benefiting locally. What's the point of having masses of area of land producing food that's all going off out of district? So a theme for us is local production for local mouths. And I know a lot of this stuff can sound idealistic, but what we're putting forward today is the strengthening of this type of thinking and finding a way to weave it into the framework. We are supportive of integrated, what we call multi-output land uses. So we don't necessarily ascribe to the idea that that's a timber forest, that's a farm, that's a carbon forest, that's a recreation area, that's a suburb. Because we know that in times of yore, it was the way of our people that all the uses overlaid. And we see some little glimmers of that type of reality occurring in our rohe, in case in point, Whakarewarewa Forest, which produces timber, but which also produces huge recreation and, personal and health and social outcomes and economic from that recreation for the city. So just exploring and pushing more of the ideas that land designations doesn't have to be just for that or just for that or just for that. How can matrices go over the top of one another? Transport, we are supportive of the thinking that natural and active modes of transport are the priority, rather than the idea that we'll all just change to electric, but we won't change any of our use habits. Because we know that with electric or with any form of motive power comes another set of energy supply issues and pollution outputs are maybe less, but they're different. And, there's this assumption that use patterns will stay the same, we'll just change the mode. But we say education, support and community involvement to get better uptake for things like the cycle networks and the other emerging modes of transport that don't necessarily require an energy source apart from your human body. Probably got about 6 or 7 more here. We are. What's important to us around the environment generally is that the terminology like protect the environment, we say that terminology needs to be thrown out. It's about restoring the environment, because in our view, as Māori environmentalists, the state of the environment is so poor compared to what it was in the time of our ancestors. The default terminology should be about restoring and repairing, not about protecting something that's in a substandard state. I've mentioned the point already about vegetation design and the clever use of both natives and exotics. We have here a point I've mentioned about the long-term vision being longer than 30 years and feeding backwards, and that longer picture, is really wide blue skies so that we can pull back in and just expand our vision and our belief in what's possible. I'll just read a little quote here from our document. The scope of the FDS is limited to Pākehā worldviews. Growth is a strain on our systems, as Te Arawa, we are forced to ask, who is the growth for? Based on past performance, growth has generally not benefited Te Arawa. So I think I've come across this in a whole lot of other areas that I work in particular the discussions that are currently going on around land use in rural settings, ETS, forestry, farming, all that. And you get these statements like, oh, rural communities, that's not going to benefit rural communities. When you dissect that down, you actually see that what they're talking about is a certain part of the rural community that currently gets the lion's share of all the benefits and wants to keep the lion's share of all the benefits, and Māori are most often not in that subgroup. So that principle is important for council future visioning, that not to assume that growth and this and all these lovely, wonderful outcomes, there needs to be a specific layer that analyses and assesses and predicts what that specifically means for tangata whenua and for Te Arawa. If I've already mentioned them, I'm just going to skip over them. So a quick point here about population dynamics. We all know that the Māori population is growing, and also the age group bubble that's moving up into working age, and that in the next 10 to 15, or even in the next 5, but in definitely the next 20 years, we'll see Māori as a very, very dominant part of the workforce and of working and earning age. And so that thinking, that reality needs to infuse into the future visioning. And that relates to housing and schools and the specific needs of Māori, because Māori are becoming the biggest, really, I think, part of the population. Those are a snippet of the points that I hope gives you a sense of the energy and the passion of our group to see the tai ao elevated much higher in all of our thinking, to see innovative and synergistic relationships birthing from the already existing strong Te Arawa involvement with council, but taking that to another expansion of the sphere, so that we can feed in what we would call the Māori tai ao worldview. So I hope that's helped to fatten out our sentiments.
It does, thank you. Very much. Look, there's a couple of minutes left. Are there any questions that, again, do you have any questions that...
Kia ora e te rangatira, te whanaunga. Hey, I'm totally supportive of the view around the hapu focus. I think you're absolutely right. None of us will disconnect with that. And the tai ao as well. I think your comment around restore instead of protect is appropriate. And I think that's what we're looking to try and hopefully we can do into the future. Now, you would have read the FDS or been flipped through it, or your group is familiar with it. And in there it mentioned the Te Arawa Vision 2050 document, and also the well-being compass elements. What's your thinking on that from a Te Arawa perspective in terms of mobilising the strength of that into the FDS? What's your thoughts?
So I have to say that my function in the group is mostly about the birds and the bees and the trees, because that's where my personal, not those birds and bees. Come on,
it's going to sing you a song.
Yeah, but I think that it comes back to the point about the relationship and the strengthening and the growing on from the already existing interface that Te Arawa has with council, and looking at other layers and other components around that would feed in to own and support that, which might be in policy development or project groups, would probably be at a more operational level as opposed to a political or councillor type level. Yeah, we would see healthy and meaningful, really start to harness a lot of these younger, passionate, qualified Te Arawa uri that are coming through with expertise in these areas, and we know they're there, Yeah, so kia ora, Taru, I hope that gives a snippet.
Thank you. I was just reflecting as I was reading your submission about Te Manawa Te Wai and the hierarchy that's been established there, where the health of the taio, the wai, comes first, then the health of the people, then the economy and other uses. But I was intrigued about your comment about energy sovereignty and the efforts that have been undertaken in the Rotorua airshed to clean up the air by banning wood burners.
Oh, right, yes.
And yet you push back against that and say that that is harming your energy sovereignty.
Oh.
So that to me seems like you're prioritising people's interest above the environment.
I have to confess I put that in because I know, so you know, I know that having worked in forestry for most of my life and my whānau being contractor whānau, I know for many of our Māori whānau, access to free firewood through forestry connections is a really big part of their health and well-being, their heating and their economy. And so I guess all we're really saying there is that, okay, on the one hand, you have a pollution issue with, you know, intense location of wood burners where people burn the incorrect wood when it's green, and that's a much less of a problem if people were burning dry wood. And so what we're really saying here is that our people have been burning wood for hangi, for fires, and working in forestry and in trees. We don't burn green wood. So what we're really saying here is that if that's an area where there's an issue around contributing to the pollution, then there's another area called transport and emission fumes. There's another area called methane through cows and sheep that are probably both bigger than that, and they deserve to be targeted first, because I can find a much more natural link between the right of tangata whenua to have a fire and to do that responsibly than I can between tangata whenua and a petrol engine or a cow or a sheep. So it's really just, it's not to deny that that's a space to be addressed, but it's to rebalance the thinking a little bit and say that's a traditional right of Māori to have fire if you go right back. Yeah. Does that help to give a little bit of the philosophy behind that?
Yes, I do see your thread. Thanks.
Yes.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Chair. Kia ora taki.
Kia ora.
And that's why we're called ahika. Just thought I'd chuck that one in there. Hoi anō, kai te mihi atu ki a koe I te pai o ngā kōrero. Yes, read this through and I love the te aro nui ki te mātauranga Māori. You know, we've got all things through this, you know, te rāhui, e rā momo tikanga. He pai, can learn a lot from those things gone past, you know, from the past. Hoi anō, taku pātai, I love the whakaaro around the multi-layered use of whenua where you get multiple benefits, e rā momo mahi, and you gave a great example with the whakarewa forest, working with iwi hapu ki te whakatutu te rā wānanga. A tērā kaupapa. And the simple solutions, kōrero, you talked about, you know, we should be simple things, not building next to fresh water, but making a point to build away from freshwater sources and stuff like that. And you brought up a whole myriad of things that, tautoko katoa, ka reo e whakahei te pakua. Just wondering, moving forward, it sounds to me kai te tautoko tonu koe I te kaupapa nei, hoi anō, there's some things there that you would like to see implemented in terms of making sure the taiao is always at te ihu o te kōrero, te upoko o te kōrero, whatever you want to call it. And it was mentioned the 2050 vision, was mentioned, the Māori mita, te hara nei.
Sounds like
would there be a suggest?
Coming up, Frank.
No. What would you suggest? I was doing Uncle Trevor Pat, but hoi anō. To ensure that happens from aiwi ahapu, what would you suggest that they implement to ensure that kaupapa is always?
That's a fascinating question.
I know you got to answer.
Yeah, and and as I say, another mahi that I'm doing, I'm aware that the likes of Ngāti Raukawa are pushing forward strongly with their environmental team I understand now they're building a big trail, joining all their marae. Obviously, you have maunga tautari predator fenced in their space, like a tino taonga. I've often thought, why couldn't we have Nongotaha, 567 hectares of native up there, that was predator fenced and feeding our native bird species. We've already got Makoia largely predator free. Rotorua is another one that has the layout to be predator free. I just think there's a ton of here and now. So I guess the theme of our kōrero was not so much the here and now, although there is some quite strong here and nows. But I think there's just a ton of opportunities. You know, I think about my uncle Ray Kepa, who passed away, and you know, he was a bit of a quiet tohunga rongoa. He knew all the plants, and he knew this and he knew that. And I guess where I'm coming from, bro, is that I think, you know, across our landscape of our Māori people, we all have our different pōtai and our different talents and all that. And we still have, in my view, our tohunga rākau, tohunga rongoa, tohunga āwai, tohunga, you know, as a inherent gifting. And I think it's part of our, as you bring in the question back, what do we do with our hapu? We know the individuals who are passionate in that space, and perhaps there's some opportunity through uranga o kia or through some other mechanism to pull together something more formalised around bringing together all that knowledge and that passion and building that into some form of structure, which, as I say, is not my specialty around the political structures, but e whakaaro no ai ho tēnā, ki tō pātai te rangatira.
Tēnā koe, thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you very much for your presentation. Fascinating. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Mr. Collins here, representing Red Stag and Lake Okariki Community Association.
Okarika.
Oh, sorry, thank you. You can tell I'm not from here.
Kia ora koutou. I'll try and keep it as brief and straightforward to the point as possible. Again, acknowledge I'm wearing two hats, and both submissions were relatively narrow in scope. And again, thank you for being able to have the opportunity to come and represent Lake Okarika Community Association at a later notice. I'll start with Red Stag and I'll take some questions from there if that's okay, and then I'll move on to Okarika. That's a bit easier. So for Red Stag Timber, we're a private employer, the largest one in Rotorua. We've got about 400 employees directly employed. 60% of those are Māori and 15% of those are Pacifica. We've got about 620,000 cubic metres of timber produced annually at the moment, and over the next 10 years there's growth plans to move that to 1 million cube of timber. So that's structural timber that goes into most of our homes, building. Yeah, so Rotorua has a wood first policy. It likes to see as most of our buildings as possible made out of wood. Red Stag Timber Lab is a downstream company. It uses engineered wood products, so cross-laminated timber and glulam. We don't do LVL yet, but that allows you to build buildings of up to 6 stories out of timber. So again, timber has a presence when we're talking intensification. If we're talking large buildings, Red Stag probably has a role to play in that as well. Red Stag, the Waipa Valley more specifically, also is home to the mountain bike complex, which is managed by council. And then also the BMX park adjacent. The Waipa State Mill Road is used also by CNI, Timberlands, also just acknowledging the respective rohi of Tūhorangi and Ngāti Whakauē and Hapu Toru in those areas. And I guess what's being proposed in the FDS is the additional adjacent Peka block thing, and so we support the movement of industrial out to that area and the opportunities that creates. Having more industrial adjacent does allow for more services, more employment, and I guess better access to services for Red Stag Timber, not just as an industry, but to all the other services around the area too. Specifically, the nature of the submission relates to transport and the transport corridors. So there's talk of an access corridor or a tourism gateway as it comes up through State Highway 5 with State Highway 30 coming in from the side. Over time, Red Stag's welcomed the removal, well, I could say derogation from 100 k's down to 80 k's through that area. It has created better safety outcomes. We have a lot of logging trucks come through that area. With an increase in business, we're seeing an increase in recreational traffic and an increase in logging trucks too. So moving that speed down to 80 k's is more than welcome. With the development of another industrial block across the other side, we're probably going to anticipate things such as roundabouts or other access ways as well. And the nature of our submission is that Waipa State Mill Road, we would not like to see any derogation of access to that for logging trucks and recreational uses, and we'd like to see that that's well considered. There's been an exhaustive planning process done and a document made by Stantec that was submitted. Again, I'd forgive you if you didn't all read that, but as a result, it was between Rotorua New Zealand, PECA, and the representatives of PECA, Rotorua Council and Red Stag. We agreed on a various amount of options on how we can look at future access options of both off State Highway 30 and off State Highway 5. And again, I think Red Stag's position was to maintain or improve our existing access. Look, I think that's the general crux of it. Happy to take some questions.
I probably should have disclosed my conflict of interest for the record. So my husband is the GM for Red Stag Timber.
Thank you for that. That's helpful. Are there questions for Red Stag? Councillor Nees?
You mentioned the PECA block. I read in one of the other, and I understand it's not under your management or ownership, but I read in another submission that it's been slow to get the uptake or the people moving into that industrial park. Do you know why that is?
Yeah, again, I can't really speculate. The answer is no, I don't know. That it is an industrial estate. They have gone through an exhaustive consenting and planning process. They do have some cornerstone tenants that they are looking to, I guess, with biofuels, I think rosins and other downstream wood products are looking to anchor that development. I don't know where they're at with that cornerstone tenant,
right.
And so that may be one of the reasons why. The general shift of the heavy industry is to move away from the recreational area or the State Highway 5 over towards State Highway 30, and then start to fill in that area. And they use the term industrial estate rather than it's not a heavy industrial. It's a lighter industrial in purpose. So again, it's going to be surrounded by some green plantings. It's going to be less dense than what you probably see over towards Mangakākei.
Right, so it's just a matter of time, you believe, for it to be fully functional?
Yeah, and I'm not too sure on the carrots or the sticks and to get people moving out there, but I'm sure that will happen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to move on to the association?
Great, well that's nice and easy for them. Okay. Do we have any more conflict of interest? Or?
Mr. Chair, Mitch and I are on the same committee. I'm a committee member of the association.
Thanks, Greg. Councillor Brown. Lake Karaka Community Association. So I speak today as the chair of Lake Karaka Community Association. I've been chair for the last year. And we're a small lake settlement of about 200 odd houses. We've got very diverse values within that community. Again, very politically active. And we've got some very, very strong views. And a lot of that dates back to what formed the Lakes A zone planning. And that was all around hotel development going out there. That managed to galvanise a lot of people into some action, and it caused the development of what I see as an effects-based plan. My mentor Stephen Colson was the original author of that plan, and it was very much geared around any development, subdivision, or future housing coming out in Lake Karaka being based on its effects. A lot of those for that reason, I guess in the last 20 years we haven't seen anything, if at all, happen, and that all came to a bit of a head in 2018. We had the spatial plan. Now, I'll be frank, I'm wearing my Lake Karaka, I'll be a little bit less formal, but it looked like the process is done by someone with crayons. They coloured in half a farm and said, we're going to put a subdivision here. That unfortunately caused a lot of hoha in the local community, and people's appetite for, I guess, introduction to housing was drastically, I guess, changed. We had some strong views that came out of that. You get a lot of intrinsic environmental, tourism and biodiversity values obviously come to the fore. But what we saw was a general, the feedback, and there was quite a bit of reluctance to development. So there was a supermarket also proposed out there as well. So the first part of the feedback, I guess, I've given to Damon was that, in my view, the 2018 process wasn't evidence-based, and it kind of didn't really engender a good response. This process has been a bit more measured, which is good, but in terms of development of Karaka, I'd just like to make some points that there are provisions within the Lakes A Zone plan for some subdivision. Subdivision is not anticipated to be a large area, but probably smaller blocks within the individual rural land holdings. The effects of these developments are largely limited now that we have a reticulated system, and then some of those can be contained. So in terms of everyone talking about the TLI and the effects on lake water quality, these can be effectively mitigated. So a more dispersed development might be able to occur. What we do need to balance that with, though, is what are the environmental outcomes we want in the catchment. We're very lucky that most of our rural land holdings haven't decided to put carbon forestry or forestry in, and pine forestry, because what we do pride is our biodiversity values. And so I think rather than putting in sticks, such as the regional council, there's been Plan Change 10, and Plan Change 10 effectively caused some of our lake communities to reduce their ability to farm. You overlay that with the Lakes A Zone plan, that's reduced their ability to subdivide. So we have small rural holdings which can't make a dollar effectively unless they plant it out in trees. And that seems to go against the grain of some of the values or the outcomes we're wanting. The move in the national policy statement, the moves in the NBA, the SPA, it's all moving from an effect-based policy to a outcomes-based policy, and that's what the RMA reforms are all about. I think we've been quite clear for a long time what Lake Karaka see as a good outcome, but we seem to be more managing these effects rather than saying, well, how do we want to get there? So when it comes to subdivision, there are some offsets. We can look at planting, we can look at expecting that these farmers, that these large land holdings do offset that with planting and restoring some of those areas, especially in those high amenity areas too. Look, I won't keep you too much longer. I think that's about the crux of that submission as well.
Thank you for that. Can I just questions, Councillor Needs?
Just clarification, you're talking specifically about some smaller scale development at Lake Karaka as opposed to around Lake Rotorua?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Anything further from, again, very clear submission. Cool. Then Mr. Milson. Is Mr. Milson here? Welcome. Again, we've read your submission, so we're really looking for, I know what you're asking for, so we're really looking for highlights from your submissions, and then we'll go to questions.
Thank you. I'm joined by my son, Caleb, rather surprisingly, but nicely. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to our submission. while our submission relates to specific properties, overall we are pleased to see the FDS that will enable growth in housing in Rotorua. In this regard, we are very much in support of the draft FDS. As you'll see by our submission, we would like the properties at 66 McFetchers Drive and the adjoining property at 89 Tauranga Direct Road to also be included in the FDS, to be developed in a shorter timeframe rather than longer term. While the focus of the FDS is on urban, it is within its scope to make the change we suggest as the FDS does address rural lifestyle, providing rural residential housing. We believe that by including these properties in the FDS, it would, 1, provide land available for development in the shorter term. Working with Sigma Consultants, these properties have already been fully assessed for a rural residential development. This comprehensive assessment, contributed to by many parties over the last 24 months, demonstrates that these properties have no infrastructure constraints to proceed with a subdivision as proposed, and it has the full support of its landowners. 2, provide the FDS with a diversity of housing types in various locations to meet demand. The Rotorua Housing and Business Development Capacity Assessment states the housing bottom line is to be based on the amount of feasible, reasonable, expected to be realised development capacity that must be enabled to meet demand, along with the competitiveness margin. This is particularly relevant as the FDS technical report includes the recommendation to consider providing additional capacity for rural lifestyle development within the FDS in the longer term. It is our view that the draft FDS does not allow for enough diversity of housing types and/or enough area for rural residential development such as we're proposing, even in the shorter term. 3, help with the environmental objectives of Lakes Council, Regional Council and the Ministry for the Environment to improve water quality in the likes of Lake Rotorua. It is our belief that this is a big gap in the draft FDS and that the FDS should build on existing environmental objectives, that the FDS should be more strategic in its approach to improving water quality while simultaneously enabling housing development, including these properties in the FDS, enabling them to move from being one of the closest dairy farms to Lake Rotorua, 800 metres from its nearest boundary, to being a rural residential housing is consistent with lake water quality objectives for Rotorua and would therefore help to achieve both housing and water quality objectives. Fourthly, and lastly, help with the requirement of the FDS to support reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Having done some recent work with the Ministry for the Environment, they point to the requirement for local government to have regard to the National Adaptation Plan and the Emissions Reduction Plan we're preparing or changing regional policy statements, regional plans and district plans. These properties in the draft FDS were assessed as being 6% worse than the most favourable scenario for carbon emissions based on vehicle kilometres travelled. However, when completing a full assessment of greenhouse gas emissions reductions, not just vehicle kilometres travelled, developing these properties into rural residential housing will reduce their current carbon emissions by 14%. This is without including the proposed planting of an additional 25 hectares of native trees. And this means by including these properties in the FDS, it would reduce greenhouse gas emissions for these properties and Rotorua in general. Again, thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation.
Thank you. Just as a broader question, so what sort of conversations did you have with the council in the end? Because the land has not been included around that scoring system. Have you had subsequent conversations?
We had a brief conversation, the outcome of which was to write a submission on the FDS.
Okay, so yeah, right.
So yes, we have.
I'll come back. Are there questions that council needs?
Yes. Did you also submit to Plan Change 9?
I honestly can't remember.
Okay.
I think I may have, because I think that was the one where I drew a whole lot of graphs and critiqued the projection in housing and worked out that they, rather than needing 2,000 additional living units, we needed actually 6,000 by 2030. So I concur with Kaingaora, and the fact that we're already 3,500 houses behind. By 2021, we were 2,000 houses behind.
Right. So you say that as of right, you can develop into 20 lots.
Yes.
But that's a larger scale than people generally would want.
Yeah, so we currently, under the current rules, can subdivide into about 20 lots. I think it hasn't exactly been worked out because there's a little bit of ambiguity in the rules, but it's about 20 lots, so that would result in creating lots that are about 4 hectares in size. That is just not feasible as a marketable product. Either that or what you do is you create smaller lot sizes and you do a whole lot of exotic planting like pine trees, but that's not a great outcome for Rotorua either, because you end up with vast tracts of land that by its use becomes non-productive.
And the planning that you've done, you've reduced from 120 lots down to 90, is that right? And that provides environmental outcomes? Yeah,
no, not quite. When we have, because we spent 2 years doing this, so we've worked with like Waka Kotahi, their suggestion was that roading would support up to 130 houses. When we looked at the landscape design with both Miskel, we decided that 90 houses was better suited for the property. You didn't have to move much dirt, and it allowed for 25 hectares of additional native planting. There's already 7 hectares there. So it was just a better outcome as far as we were concerned for what we're trying to achieve, because it allowed us to put walking tracks and other things within the subdivision.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tēnā kōrua. Certainly sounds like you've done your homework and makes a lot of sense. You mentioned you've already had some conversations with council staff and things like that. What were the reasons around not including it, or were there no reasons given?
We were a little disappointed that we weren't approached and discussed about it as far as being included in the FDS, so we don't feel that the FDS properly represented our property. What they did was they did an assessment of the State Highway 36 corridor, and they took that assessment and applied it to our property. Unfortunately, that assessment doesn't actually fit with our property because our property has some unique values to it. So therefore, it's like the vehicle kilometres travelled. That was the only calculation that was done for carbon emissions. There was no allowance for taking this property out of dairy farming.
Thank you.
Being included within the future development strategy, I'm assuming for you, is sort of the indication that your land is suitable for the development that you're proposing. But have you turned your mind to, if it's not included, that of advancing, a different process, a private plan change, or are you hoping the council might pick it up in a public plan? Just tell me how you thought the development may occur from a planning perspective.
I guess what we're looking for is a direction, a zone change is what we're looking for. Going through other processes is going to be lengthy and relatively difficult. We have actually explored the fast track system, and that was an interesting exercise. So this was the next thing that we were told to, or avenue to go down, this and get included in the FDS. So yeah, we're a little bit disappointed that we didn't get to contribute to the actual draft.
No, that's helpful, thank you, because I said, there's the FDF process, which is this higher level strategy, and of course then there's the more specific district plan review or private plan change process which you can follow, which you clearly understand what that means.
Yep.
Can I check, are there other questions? I think, again, your submission is quite detailed and, sort of set out as a scoring system why you think it should be included, and of course in deliberations we'll need to consider that, so it's useful to understand the context. So, anything further? Thank you very much. Clearly understood.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Now, those are all the session up until the first session. We're now going to take a break. So we're running about half an hour behind schedule. So we're going to take a break just for 15 minutes and we'll come back and I'll talk to Mr. Dunn over the break about the change in the schedule. So we'll take a break for 15 minutes. Now I've got Ms Eng, I think, Transpower. Welcome. Can you hear?
Tēnā koe, Chair.
Can I just hand over to you? I think we've read your submission, and I know that at the back of it you've got some attachments, some specific wordings which we can take into account. But we'd really like to hear more about the sort of the bigger issues you've got around those sort of transportation, sort of lines issues. Sorry.
Sure. Tēnā koutou, Chair and panel members. I'm Rebecca Eng. I'm Technical Lead Policy in Transpower's Environmental Policy and Planning Group, and I prepared Transpower's submission on the draft FDS. And I've been preparing and overseeing feedback on future development strategies throughout New Zealand, given the National Grid's nationwide reach. Thanks for the opportunity to present today, and I just want to commend the Council on its preparation. In particular, it was really clear that in terms of the extent to which it addressed its mandatory requirements under the NPSUD. As you can expect, I started looking at a lot of these, and I found the Rotorua one a really good example. Given that you take, the panel has taken my evidence as read, I just propose to give a brief summary of the key points of Transpower's feedback, and then allow time for any questions you may all have. There's three main points really. Number one was to ensure that the National Grid is met fully as a development constraint within the FDS. And I think in a lot of cases, as I went through the document, I noticed that perhaps where it was missing, that was simply a drafting error. For example, it was mentioned or listed in the legend for certain maps, but they're not shown on the map itself. So I think the intent was there in some cases, but these were just errors that could be ironed out for the final version. And I suppose on that same point, just to ensure that the grid is mapped insofar as it is a constraint to development, particularly on the western side, the west area, and in that southern Nongataha zone where it traverses some areas identified for expansion. As I noted in my letter, the Rotorua District Plan does already have provisions that regulate land use development and subdivision around the National Grid, and just to ensure that that's addressed in situations, particularly where it hasn't been mapped. Secondly was, I note that the FDS, and in particular the main body of the FDS and then the technical report, does identify and discuss electricity supply in terms of infrastructure need in the future with the implementation of the FDS, and I commend that that's included. But I noticed there was a disconnect in some areas between the technical report and the main body of the report. For example, distribution, which obviously the grid doesn't deal with but interacts with in a detailed way, is mentioned as a constraint for certain locations, and then in the technical report, but then in the main body of the report it's not. So again, I think in those areas, just matters of detail probably need to be ironed out. And another example with that is the report identifies that there's no known constraints for transmission supply, but on a site-specific basis, and those sorts of references would probably need to be addressed or potentially removed, because the National Grid doesn't operate on a site-specific basis in terms of providing electricity supply to the district. And what I've suggested in the letter is perhaps convening a meeting between my contact at the local distribution company, which is Unison, myself and council, just to make sure that those details are clear and accurate, and that they carefully inform the different areas that have been identified for expansion or intensification. The third matter was really just to include policy recognition within the FDS, given it's a 30-year document, the potential need for transmission infrastructure in the district in the future, and our suggestion was that that could align with some of the sections that discuss climate change mitigation action. So as the submission notes, there aren't any specific plans for new national grid connections within Rotorua, but nevertheless, given the government policy direction in terms of electrifying the economy and the number of inquiries that Transpower is beginning to receive for new generation and demand connections, that the councils around New Zealand anticipate that new connections may be required in the future, even if we don't know exactly where they might be at this time. So those were really the three main matters that I wanted to draw out from Transpower's submission. I don't have anything additional to mention over and above the letter we've provided.
Thank you, Ms. Eng. I don't have any specific questions. I think you were quite clear about saying that you're quite neutral about growth, but basically you want the national grid sort of better identified and given us some specific words. So it's clear to me, but I'll just check whether there are other questions from, any other questions from? No, again, no other questions. Thank you. Again, it's very clear, and thank you for specific wording changes. That will certainly help us in our deliberation process. Thank you. Oh, there was a question, sorry.
Sure. Tēnā koe. Thank you for your submission. Just a quick question, and like our chair, very clear about what you're asking and what you're bringing to our attention. But just wanted to, you mentioned in your kōrero around inquiries you get, or that you're getting around solar panel, solar energy generation. Does that, what impact, I suppose, I didn't get that from reading your kaupapa. What's the impact of this future development strategy on potential growth in that area with regards to what you do?
You mentioned solar specifically.
Mm-hmm.
This is the comment I made was more generally about renewables, so there might be more other forms of generation as well, but at least in the Bay of Plenty, that's the main source of inquiry about renewable generation. There's not a lot of wind resource, for example. Insofar as how that might impact on implementation of the future development strategy, it's mostly about taking account of or anticipating that there might be the need for new infrastructure in the future, even if we don't know exactly where that might be. And it certainly doesn't mean to imply that it would limit the council's aspirations for growth that it projects at this time, or particular areas that it might wish to expand through the FDS. It's simply a policy signal that more infrastructure may be needed to meet a more of a nationwide or local generation need.
No, thank you. You've answered the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Eng, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All the best.
Let's move on. Mr. Rogers, on behalf of Whaiwharakahanga Raku Housing Limited Partnership. Kia ora, welcome.
There we go, that's better. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Mount Nongataha te maunga, ko Te Aroa te Waka, ko ko Ngāti Whakau e te iwi, ko Ngāti Rangiwewehi te iwi, ko Ngāti Tororo Tarangi te hapu, ko Ōwhata tōku marae, ko Jason Rogers tōku ingoa. I just want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to come and present to the panel around the future development strategy, and I guess this is an important kaupapa for the city, if not the city across New Zealand. So just in terms of who we are, so Ōwhata 2B and 7 is a Ahu Whenua Trust out at the east side of Rotorua, so we're 28 hectares. You might notice in front of Fresh Choice there's a nursery that we operate. So we have 25 hectares that are in nursery. We are currently looking at the Ōwhata Kohanga Rākau LP has been established to develop 93 mixed tenure whare out on the east side there. So you've got the address in the paper that we've submitted. This future development strategy is really important. We all know that housing is in a crisis in Rotorua and across the country, and it's in a crisis in that the wrong type of housing has been built. If you go back to the 1960s, there was about 35% of all new housing was affordable housing. That's back in the 1960s. Today, that has dropped and plummeted to below 10%. So that's where the issue lies in terms of housing stock that is out there. If you look at our whenua, because we're a Ahu Whenua Trust, it's very challenging to go down that development path, really challenging, because we only have the option of leasing the land in terms of whatever we do. So that puts significant barriers upon us in terms of being able to unlock the whenua. In this particular case, we have a live project. So we started back in 2019. We got supported by TPK to look at options for that 3 hectare block, and really landed on 2 potential pathways. One was working with a listed retirement village operator who offered us a lot of cash to come and partner with us, but of course the housing outcomes that would have generated wouldn't have helped Rotorua or our people, certainly not in our view. So MHUD, we had a number of discussions with them back in 2019, 2020, looking at a mixed tenure housing development. So because kaumātua are at the heart of our development, what we've come up with, and I'm just giving you a bit of context so you know why this is important. So with our development, we've got 20 kaumātua houses at the centre of the development, and then we've got a combination of open market and affordable rentals that sit in behind that. So in terms of housing mix, we've got 9 1-beds, 28 2-beds, 31 3-beds, and 25 4-beds. So we're contributing about 28 social rented houses to the community. That's not kainga ora, that's social rented. So we've partnered up with Emerge Aotearoa, which is a national housing trust, one of the top 6 in the country. We're delivering 38 affordable rentals and 28 freehold homes, which will be on leased whenua. Why that's important, you've got 24,000, 25,000 people sitting on the register currently across the country, and there's a big wait list here in Rotorua as well. With MHUD's program, the Māori Infrastructure Fund, we've successfully secured all the funding to deliver the below-the-ground development works. And through Megan Wood's Affordable Housing Fund, we've secured a chunk to deliver the affordable houses. So we've got a real, I'm not coming to you with an idea, we've got a real live project. We've got bulk earthworks consent, so the bulk earthworks have been completed, and we're just tangling with council at the moment around stormwater, which is what our submission is premised on. So in terms of our people, we've Ngāti Tororo Tarangi hapu, we're out the east side there. I was born and bred out at Henamore Point, and so went to school here, and very passionate about making a difference in terms of the housing space, which I believe the future development strategy is critical to delivering that. Just a bit of context, we haven't marketed our development to owners and to the iwi, we did a soft launch where some of the media covered the soil turning with the bulk earthworks, and we're basically already 100% subscribed for the houses, and we haven't even started marketing. So that just goes to show just how much demand is out there. We'll have about 350 whānau that'll live in this development. And, you know, just one example, just recently talking to some of the healthcare professionals down here, they go into homes where families are paying $800 a week for a 3-bed rental. You know, $800 a week, that's atrocious, absolutely atrocious. With our development, we'll be setting the rent at 80% of the market rent, which will be sitting just under $500. So that's a bit of a tragedy, actually, that's happening in Rotorua, and a lot of the housing stock is old, it's run down, and landlords are just not investing. With this development, it'll be new houses that are well designed, affordable, good connectivity to the marae, Ōwhata marae, with our kaumātua at the heart, and a really healthy, happy, thriving, you know, community. So, you know, the project is really important. I just want to draw out a couple of things around our submission. Whenua Māori play a big role in helping to address the housing needs in Rotorua. So there's a number of projects that are currently coming through. So Ngāti Whakaue Tribal Lands are doing a great job with theirs up at Wharenui Rise, and there are other blocks of land around the Rohe. I completely tautoko the support of development and the future development strategy with regard to whenua Māori, but I also say that in that, you know, a lot of these scale developments like what we're doing, 93 whare, you know, it's significant coin. It's you know, $42 million project. It's massive. You know, the private market is sort of tanked. All the pre-sales are just not coming through with the Reserve Bank restrictions. So these sort of projects are absolutely critical to address that housing need. One of the challenges that we've faced, you know, we've got our funding, we're ready to go, we've got the HUD money all locked and loaded to complete the civils, deliver the houses, but we've hit a bit of a roadblock with stormwater, okay? And obviously the cyclones have had an impact right across the Rohe, but out at the east side there, as you know, Rotorua is a bit of a cold area, and when rain falls, it just goes straight down to the lake. So it's how it gets there, which is important. With our project, we've struggled with dealing with some of the stormwater issues out the east side, and I think that's a bit of a legacy thing, because the Rotorua Lakes Council never envisaged that there'd be such a shortage of housing, and so there just has been an underspend to support new development. So with the future development strategy, we support, you know, mixed tenure housing. You take a lot of risk undertaking these projects as a developer, and it's a huge undertaking just to actually get the project up and running. So, you know, huge risk, and so we really need, you know, some planning rules to allow developers to release their whenua. And when I say developers, I mean Māori landowners who wish to go down this path. We need a good development strategy and zoning to help support that. So with our development, as I said, we've come across some pretty big barriers with the lack of spend around stormwater. Yes, the modelling across the country for stormwater events has, you know, ramped up just because of all the cyclones that have come through the country. So you know, the hurdle has been lifted in terms of what you have to design in your project. But had this been planned for, you know, 10 years ago, the east side, you know, and I'm talking out at Ōwhata there, it's a great location. You've got good transport into the city, so you actually don't need to own a car out there. Good regular buses going into town. You've got medical centres out there, shopping. So you've got really good infrastructure and schools. So it's a great location for new whare, and there's a lot of whenua Māori ahu whenua trust out there. So we completely support changing the rules and making things a lot easier to go down this path. And like I said, I'm, you know, speaking to you here, with a live project, the 93 whare, critical for our community. And like I said, there's significant demand from our people in terms of applications that are coming, and we're sort of well poised to deliver the project. So we just probably put the challenge to the panel to, it's a 30 to 50 year view actually that you've got to take. And unless that 30 to 50 year view is taken, we're just not going to create better housing outcomes for our whānau that are out there, and the community actually, and the community. So that's probably the key crux of our submission is, hey, look, make sure the zoning allows for the critical infrastructure to go in to help whenua Māori develop, their projects. And in our case, we're right in there with council. We're seeing some of the barriers that are in there. And at the end of the day, the density has to increase. The density has to increase across Rotorua in a managed fashion, an absolute managed fashion. So that's probably the key points that I wanted to highlight with my submission, our submission.
Thank you. I'll just suppose to, but I just made that observation. I thought that one of the differences was with your submission is that you are dealing with a live project, and I thought that's quite interesting because a number of submissions are people who want to be included for future development. So you're currently doing it, but infrastructure constraint. Questions from Rotorua Lakes Council? No? Yes? No? Questions? Council?
Just identifying on the map, which is your property, is that...
So it's Orwhara Road. Do you know Orwhara Road? So it's 21 Orwhara Road, or Galvin Road. It's on the corner of Galvin and Orwhara.
Oh, I see.
So do you know Fresh Choice out the east side?
Yeah.
So if you go into the car park in Fresh Choice, you'll look across and you'll see the whenua right there.
So that's a potential new residential area, short to medium term?
It's already residential.
It's already residential.
It's already zoned residential, but
right.
I guess the future development strategy has identified Orwhara as a development area, which makes sense because of all the reasons that I've outlined with transport, access to schools, shopping, medical centres. So it's part of that, yeah.
Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Jason. Ngamihi ana ki a koe moto kōrero ki a mātou. Hey, thanks for that. Hearing about a live project that has so much impact for our people and our communities is great. Now, if in fact the stormwater issue was resolved, how long would it be for it to be the build and then accommodation being people moving in, from your perspective, if that were to be resolved? Because that seems to be the major blocking point at the moment.
Yeah. So I think with what we're looking at, we're actually looking at a bit of a interim solution with council to get the development started. But what we're really saying is you've got to take a wider view for the area, because there are other blocks out there that could be converted to housing. So the stormwater solution needs to be looked at for that whole Orwhara zone to enable other blocks to come after us. For example, I mentioned our whenua, we've got 28 hectares. With this development, we're doing 3.5 hectares. So we've got another 25 that could be potentially developed, but not until the stormwater issue is resolved. And really it's just getting that water in a good path down to the lake, because that's where it goes anyway. And there has been an underspend, historically with council. Yeah. So, but if with our project with the 93 whare, we should be building by about April of next year, if all things going well with our current proposed stormwater solution with council, which is an interim measure, really.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tēnā koe te whanaunga, Jason. Ngāti te rangi Ngāti Whakaue. Yet another Ngāti Whakaue kaupapa coming to the table. And nā tāhua anō hoki. The difference is that it's happening, it's live. And e rawe te whakarongo atu. Just want to get to the, I'm quite aware of the stormwater issues at the east side. Up the Wharenui Rise there too, they've had to pull in some major technology and engineering to deal with the future issues that are going to arise with all the rainfall. I just want to be clear, so you're here on behalf of Ōwhata Kohanga Rākau Housing Limited Partnership, but you're just wanting to flag with us, with this panel, that that whole area needs to be looked at in terms of a proper stormwater plan for Whatakatoa, not just your kaupapa, yes?
Yeah, kia ora, yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I'm here as the chair of Ōwhata Kohanga Rākau, which is the development specifically, and then of the owners for Ōwhata 2B and 7 Ahu Whenua Trust. I chair both trusts, so that's in my capacity here talking to you. But yes, it affects our ability as a landowner to continue to supply housing over the next 20 to 30 years, but the stormwater solution is needed for the wider area. Absolutely, 100%.
Tēnā koe.
Thank you, Chair. Just one quick question then. With the stormwater, is that required to be retained on site so that it can then go down to the lake gradually? Is that the issue that we've got?
Yeah, at the moment, like I said, I mentioned the cyclones. The cyclones have, right across the country, resulted in councils taking a much more conservative view, and regional council actually, in terms of how you stop water coming into these housing developments, because it's a safety issue, right, if it floods. So it's all based on theoretical modelling. So with our development, we're creating a solution that actually, in a 1 in 100 year event, so 8 cubic metres of flow per second or more, we will take water from the drain and pipe it under the development and then fan it across the nursery fan it across the nursery. It'll eventually go down to Galvin's Road and into the lake anyway, but it's just a way of safeguarding if it does severely flood, the homes. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Well, it's good to see that you've potentially got a solution there, but it's probably something jointly between not just Rotorua Lakes Council problem, but probably a regional council problem as well.
Yeah. 93 homes that you've currently got. If this were to be extended across that domain that you talked about, the wider domain, how many more houses would you estimate would be potentially able to be built?
Well, look, we've like with our density, and when I say medium density, 93 whare on 3.5 hectares in today's context is actually not high density at all compared to other locations. And the 3.5 hectares, 93 whare, we've got 28 hectares. You sort of do the math, so it could be a big number here.
Thank you very much for coming in. Thank you for the presentation. It's very clear what you're after.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Kia ora. Thanks for your time.
Kia ora.
The next submitter is Waka Kotahi coming in online and has a 10-minute slot. Mr. Gribbins, I think, and Ms. Andrew. Okay.
Turn your thing off.
Ms. Andrew, is it? Can you hear me, Ms. Andrew?
I can, thank you.
Kia ora. Kia ora. Oh, and Mr. Gribbins there. Thank you. I don't know if you've been watching any of this, so we've got your submission, we've read it, you've asked for a 10-minute slot, so I'm really happy to hand over to you, but I really like you to make sure you leave some time for questions, because I know there are some.
Absolutely. Mr. Gribbins will kick off and we'll take questions at the end.
Over to you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm hearing a very delayed. I'm hearing Mr. Hilton about 30 seconds ago. I don't know if Jess is as well. But good afternoon. Sorry, it's really disorientating. Before I get started, I'd just like to correct, or at least update the hearings panel on a paragraph from our submission. Paragraph 4 refers to the next version of the GPS. At the time of writing the draft, GPS was, well, that's the government policy statement on land transport, was still under development. It's since been released, and while it hasn't changed significantly, there has been a few changes relating to that paragraph, with the main change being the shift of emissions reduction from being an overarching focus, as the paragraph mentions, to one of 6 priorities. So it's more on, I guess, an equal footing rather than an overarching objective focus. Minor correction there. So yes, I'm happy to leave plenty of time for questions. We've enjoyed, as with Kaingora, as mentioned earlier this afternoon, I believe we've been part of the working group led by Rotorua. The council, we've really appreciated that and enjoyed working with the council and our other partners on the development of the future development strategy. We broadly support the future development strategy, as I'm sure you'll have seen in our submission, and especially the text and the narrative of the documents and the strategic direction it sets. We support those aspirations and the focus on intensification and the use of an accessibility as an accessibility analysis to guide the growth plans. But in saying that, we do have some concerns around the extent of land identified for greenfields growth. We believe it could sort of undermine the aspirations to achieve that and the ability to achieve that intensification, with, I guess, a particular concern around just the amount of growth and the timing around Nongataha. I think really, in summary, that's the main part of our submission. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you for that. Can I start off then? Given that is the critical issue, and the panel's been talking about this, and we've talked to Kāinga and others about greenfield expansion in this respect, Nongataha and its the implications for State Highway 36 and commuting to Tauranga. What is it that Waka Kotahi would ask us to do in terms of the future development strategy? Are you asking us to spatially identify less growth in that area? Or is it a staging and timing issue? Or what is it specifically that you think that the FDS should say?
I think our position would be we would prefer to see less growth than signalled in that area. It's a very large amount of growth. I appreciate there are flooding challenges there that may reduce the densities and the number of dwellings that are able to be developed there, but it is far more land than I would have thought is needed for the 780 odd dwellings that are identified in the housing and business assessment as being needed. I think it was in that area, and it's a large amount of growth that we don't see as being needed within the 30 years. But then also we would probably, I think this comes through hopefully in our submission. We also think that some of it should be delayed, some especially in the first. I think it uses short to medium term as the bracket for it, and we think that at least some of that probably should be pushed out as well.
So is it, thank you for that. Your submission seems to be focused, as I said, in terms of the GPS on emissions reduction. Is that the major driver from Waka Kotahi in terms of what we've just been talking about, or are there other concerns about essentially enabling greater access, vehicular movements, etc., on the state highway, and therefore pressure to upgrade the highway, which I notice you say is unplanned and unfunded? Is it broader than emissions reduction?
Yeah, I think there's a few pieces to the puzzle. So emissions and being able to serve this with a quality public transport system that actually kind of delivers a healthy mix is really important. But we've been really clear over a long period that the strategy has been to invest in the east and the transport infrastructure there. So the investment in the Tauranga Eastern Link, the significant improvements that are happening on State Highway 33 on the east of Rotorua, the safety improvements between the cities and State Highway 30 have all been based on enabling growth and greater connections on the eastern part of the city. We've been clear for a really long time that we will not and we do not intend to upgrade State Highway 36. The gorge through there means that is prohibitively expensive and is not something that we are intending to do. And it has, I think we can all say, having driven it, that it has some real safety issues through there. So we don't want to be encouraging people to be using State Highway 36 as their commuter route going back and forth. And it's not a feasible connection for public transport and those sorts of things. So, it is inconsistent with the investment that we've made in the strategy for the network in the area.
Thank you, Beck. Councillor Nees.
Thank you. Jess Jane Nees here. We've had a number of submissions arguing the counter that State Highway 36 is an important connector between Tauranga and Rotorua, and in fact Kāinga Ora themselves did flag that they wanted that identified in the strategy as a important connector route. There was also, there's been quite a few submissions, obviously in support of Nongataha as a centre for development, and some pressure for thinking longer term about a bypass or something like that. But I was wondering about whether your issue around the timing for development in that area could be mitigated by having park and rides or active pathways, cycleways, etc., and then perhaps some sort of commuter bus network between Nongataha and Rotorua CBD. Have you got any comments about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think that it can be, and I think if, you know, we know we don't get the full say. If that's going to be happening, those PT connections and what's planned there is going to be really crucial that that's done really effectively, and that's done early so that the behaviours that we're driving are based on public transport and those kind of services and accesses, and we planned that in. The existing development in there doesn't provide a kind of clear loop that you'd bring in kind of fast, effective public transport. And our real concern, I think, is, you know, with the density in the population there, the economics and the feasibility of providing that level of PT that's going to be reliable and actually be used by people is going to be very hard to provide. So that is, I think, part of our resistance. It's going to be a challenge to provide that you know, the level that we know would be needed.
Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question, because you said in your submission that you believe that we have an aspiration to grow Nongataha as a commuter suburb of Tauranga and Tauriko, and I don't think that's actually necessarily where we were intending to go with the intensification of housing at Nongataha. So your submission is predicated on the basis that you don't want us to enable growth in Nongataha because you don't want people to drive across that road beyond Nongataha to Tauriko. We've just had a submission from Smart Growth, who have told us that they are intending to establish quite a significant growth area out there, but you know, you're talking one way here, what about the other way? And also the fact that you're actually stopping Rotorua people from living in Rotorua and working and driving the other way. Do you have a comment around that?
Probably a couple of comments. Thank you for the question. I think we have noted there is a comment in the draft indicating it could be a commuter suburb. I'm very aware that it's not the only, you know, that's not the only purpose, and that's not your core purpose from Nongataha. So I guess I just want to clarify that first. And yes, there is significant growth planned on the Western Corridor, but that won't, you know, that would provide kind of the feeder into Tauriko and wouldn't in itself address it. I think it comes, your point on commuting is the investment's been in the eastern, so if people, you know, people commuting between the two or travelling between the two, you know, again, we've invested hugely in the eastern connection between the two cities, and that's been the agreed strategy. So the Tauranga Eastern Link, the improvements on the east of the lake, and the recent safety improvements between, and so with those movements between, that has been kind of the agreed investment and agreed strategy, and that's how we are encouraging people to travel with a much safer and much more efficient route.
Okay, not sure that my colleagues necessarily agree with that, given that you've got a lot of growth going out on that side of Tauranga, Tauriko, and our proposal to sort of develop on that side of the town for us. But regardless of that, just a question around your comment, because there is on our map here a proposed additional area from another submitter around State Highway 5 for further light industrial commercial on that road, and I see your submission suggests that we should not do that based on the fact that we should keep that for, what was it, that non-tourism related businesses may establish in that area. Would you care to comment on that a bit more?
Al, you can grab that one.
Yeah, I think, yeah, so our comment in that submission was in relation to the area identified for sort of growing the tourism focused commercial over time along State Highway 5. And I guess our concern is, well, we would support that. We'd want to see some more work and more thought about whether, if that was to be sort of a broader commercial focus, that it would likely take away from existing business areas and centres, and also add, I guess, pressure and other types of trips other than just tourism trips onto that state highway, turning in and out of those sites. We don't think that work has been done yet. We'd support the tourism, future use of that for tourism-related industries, but would have some concerns at this stage for identifying it for other uses. We don't think the work's been done yet.
Okay, just one final question, if I can, Chair.
Sure.
Sorry. Just one final question, just on that same stretch of road. So we've heard from some other submitters who are looking at a substantial blocks of land around 546, 568 Nongataha Road, Heritage Farm, and on the back of that is the Bonington Farm area. So those 3 blocks of land make up a substantial piece of land that potentially could be redeveloped for residential housing. Part of the main access point to part of that subdivision would be onto State Highway 5. Have you considered that and the impacts of...
The specifics of the access itself?
Yeah, and your thoughts on having further residential coming onto the State Highway at that point?
Have you looked at that, Al? Sorry.
Not off the top of my head, I can't recall looking at that.
Yeah, we are aware of a number of requests for kind of growth along there, but I'm not sure we've looked at the precise details on that one at this point. Sorry, but we're happy to come back to you on that one if you like.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thurston.
But Jess, Lyle here, and in terms of growth in Nongataha, I struggle with this part of your submission in terms of you're clearly trying to disincentivise travel on State Highway 36. I can't recall where there was ever an established priority for the Tauranga Eastern Link to be the predominant route from Tauranga to Rotorua. And I think if you're trying to address emissions reductions and mode shift and safety, I think there's a whole element of personal choice. People have to live and work. They may live in the western side of Tauranga or they may live in Nongataha, but it's where they need to work and live. And I think, and you've been in the same forums that I have, Jess, where Commissioner Selwood has said that the science and the research there stipulates that in excess of 4,000 commuters daily go between the two cities. So would you like to make a few more further in-depth comments with regards to State Highway 36?
Look, I agree. We need to enable choice. The reality is, though, that State Highway 36 is incredibly and challenging to upgrade with that gorge there and the safety risks on there. And Waka Kotahi has to prioritise our expenditure. So we have made the call over a number of years now that the investment for a safe connection is on the eastern side. The reality is that there isn't going to be the funding for the huge investment you would have to put in to uplift State Highway 36. So while people need choice, there is also a need to prioritise where we invest in State Highway 36. It would require a huge amount of work to bring it to kind of a safe standard throughout. And because we're not realistically in a position to do that, we struggle with growth that directly encourages people to use this as a commuter route when there has been, hundreds of millions of dollars invested on the eastern side to allow for those connections.
Can I just round this off? I mean, at the beginning... Oh, sorry, you got more?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, Jess, kia ora, Alistair. Whanui te mihi ki a Rotorua. Just a quick question. I think you've already addressed I think Councillor Thurston brought up what I was going to ask firstly. But the second one was you mentioned and you identified, well, you actually said that the land that's been identified in Ngongotaha, you felt it was too much. Is that correct? Have either of you been to those particular parts of land?
Yeah, absolutely. I live in Tauranga and spend quite a lot of time down in Rotorua and have family there. So yeah, absolutely spend a lot of time in that area. Yeah,
I just think that maybe if the purpose of this future development strategy is just to identify bits of land, but I think when it actually comes down to the crux of it, there's probably a lot of land in that circled area or whatever that's probably can't be used or anything. So that's why I was just wondering if you've taken that into account when you've made your comments.
Yeah, look, we're using the yields that are provided, but I agree, and I think Alistair touched on this as well. There is, as you say, a huge amount of flood prone in land and the number of kind of hazards and factors that mean you're right. It's not going to be one big flat development through there. So no, I agree. We agree, and we're looking at those figures, but I agree there's a degree of realism about what we'll be able to achieve there, in a best case scenario.
Thank you. Kia ora kōrua.
Kia ora.
And your final question for me, and it's on that same theme. It's very helpful to a panel, clearly. If you have a position that there should be less land spatially identified, are you able to, or have you thought about it, and could you provide us with a map of what you think it should be, or a capacity number? Because otherwise it's a generality, which makes it very difficult for a panel to say, yes, we agree with you, and no, we don't. Is that possible?
We could have a go at that, and I think the other bit, just picking up on, I think the question you might have asked right at the beginning is also around the staging, so that's probably the other bit we can kind of touch on in a response, because one of our concerns would be, I suspect Home Water touched on as well, is the timing in which this is opened versus the intensification of the centre city. Obviously, we're hoping to complete the work in the next National Land Transport Programme to improve State Highway 30A and allow that aerification so that there can be that, to support that intensification, those sorts of things. So staging and I guess a bit more around what we would see as growth in there, we can provide some more details.
There we have it. Again, I'm not signalling that's what we're going to do, but it'd be very helpful to have in front of us to say this is what Waka Tahati's position is. So, I mean, if that was being done within the next week, that would be helpful. Thank you. That would be helpful. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Waka Kotahi, very much.
Our pleasure. Thank you for hearing from us.
And then we've got Celia Wiley. Is Ms. Wiley here? No, she's not coming. And then Ms. Goodwin was not going to be coming. And then Larissa Cuff, thank you, on behalf of Sport Bay of Plenty. Go to welcome. We've got your written submission. Sorry, just
there we go. I'll start again. Kia ora, my name is Larissa. I am presenting on behalf of Sport Bay of Plenty alongside my colleague Ryan Parks. My role is partnerships at Sport Bay of Plenty, and Ryan is our community sport advisor. In the essence of time, we were going to run through our submission, but we're happy to take questions. I guess the biggest thing for us is we are a voice of the play, active rec and sports sector. We appreciate your proposal is a complex issue, perhaps more complex than our world of play, active rec and sport, but we advocate for continuing investment and space for those activities to continue. The first 2 pages of our submission, we talked about statistics from Active NZ, which is a survey coordinated alongside us with Sport New Zealand, indicating, I guess, the activity levels of our Bay of Plenty rohi, which can talk specifically to our Rotorua community. What we do know outside of the submission is that our communities in our more high deprivation areas, 40% of adults are only active for 30 minutes per week. So very, very low on the guidelines in terms of World Health Organization guidelines for physical activity for health. So it is important whether they're active in recreation, whether they're active in structured sport, or even play, to keep that in consideration. Ryan can talk more specifically to the data that we've provided with our submission in terms of the supply and demand and the insights re how we're tracking for sports clubs, facilities and fields for the Rotorua district. There is a supply and demand study that comes from 2018 and a draft report from 2022 that we've talked a little bit within our submission. And I guess the other key point was that we delivered alongside RLC a neighbourhood play system with Western Heights Primary School and Aorangi Primary School, covering that western area. There is a community voice for those tamariki around how they can access physical activity in their language in terms of play and what they need. Appreciating that data comes from that side, but the similar themes, we've delivered a similar one in the community in Tauranga, and the same themes are coming through in terms of children still need access to green space. They don't necessarily need fancy new playgrounds to be active, but they need their environments to be safe and accessible. I can keep going, or I can, yeah.
Why don't you pass it over if you want to, because then we will come back with questions, and again, if things are not covered, you can come back and fill in the gaps.
Yep.
Kia ora koutou, ko Ryan Parks tōku ingoa. So I'll just speak to the Open Space Network. Obviously the FDS highlights that there's going to be potential growth in 3 key regions, East Side, West Side and Nongataha. And obviously that necessitates the need for upgrades to existing open space. Our insights support the need for upgraded and the maintenance of reserve and open space. The supply and demand studies done by Rotorua Lakes Council in 2018 and the draft study done 2022 highlight there is a significant shortfall in field supply. Approximately 50 hours in shortfall currently. And with projected growth, it's estimated that will increase in the next 10 years to 93 hours shortfall in field availability. In addition to that, we've recently done a club health survey where clubs indicated their facilities is one of the biggest threats to their operations. Roughly 56%. Conversely, 67% indicated that facilities was one of their biggest opportunities. The majority of clubs, around 70%, are reliant on council facilities. So there's definitely a need for council to be supportive in that area. The draft S&D supply and demand study also highlighted that there are 3 sports that have significant unmet demand, that being basketball, futsal and volleyball, particularly due to the lack of capacity. So essentially if more court spaces were built, there would be a significant growth in those particular sports.
Thank you. Are there questions for Councillor Neves?
2 questions. Firstly, when you say there's a shortage of field supply of 50 hours, is that in a weekend? You need
No, that's
another...
throughout the week, so that's including training and competitive hours.
Right. So if you had 5 extra fields, that would give you 10 extra hours a week. Is that how that works?
Not necessarily. Depending on the quality of the field determines the amount of playable hours on that field.
Right.
Additionally, you could have artificial turfs which have a lot more playability because they don't have the soil component to it, and also sand-based fields which also have a higher durability.
Right. Have you looked at the maps, map 8, map 9, 10 and 11, which are the development areas, the CBD, the east side, the west side, Nongataha, and it does show areas of open space which will be potentially newer enhanced parks and also fields. Is what is in the FDS sufficient? And if you don't think it is, where would you put the dots for additional facilities?
From our I guess perspective, definitely necessary in Nongataha. Whether or not those land parcels are sufficient, I suppose it's a question of what exactly is going to be built there to determine, is that going to be sufficient for the need? A couple of those options that have been indicated in Nongataha particularly are swampland, so I don't know if they're even suitable to I suppose there'll be a lot of work needed to be undertaken to allow those to have significant play supported on them. And I know that I did see that they have a field allocation in the east side as well, and absolutely same scenario for them. Would determine on what's exactly going to be built to support the need.
I guess another kind of factor is the 50 hours or the 54 hours was 2018 data. So with population growth, we're now forecasting essentially double that. So just keep that in mind as well as we continue to grow. Obviously, the demand for that infrastructure continues to grow too. And when you think of, I guess, what has been planned in terms of sport and recreation historically and what is in, I'm curious to know whether the proposal of Nongataha will take away anything else in the pipeline in regards to activating more spaces. You don't have to answer me just now, but I guess that's just a thought that we've had too. Yeah.
Tēnā kōrua. Thank you for your presentation. Obviously, there's lots of emphasis on housing intensification and looking for places to build. So in many respects, the well-being aspects of bringing people into houses and the well-being that you mentioned as well around our children, I don't think is lost on any of us to be able to provide those green spaces. So from your point of view, perspective, how do you see, having gone through the FDS yourself, how do you see the loading at the moment? What's the biggest fear factor here for you? I mean, it's getting that balance right?
I think it's, bear with me as I gather my thoughts. I think you're obviously foreseeing the growth in Nongataha, so I think that's been well considered. I'm interested probably in the western area because that is already a community that we've identified in the work that we've doing, that their green space and their access to space is inadequate. And I guess that came through with the Rotorua Reserves sale proposal in terms of our voice around that community as well. So I guess I'd like to put through the same thoughts, whether that's been considered in that space. Definitely retention of the green space in Western I think is very key, given that the voice of the tamariki that we have there is that currently it is not adequate for them as is. So therefore if more green space was going to be removed, they're already saying it's not good enough. That answers your question.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair, tēnā kōrua, me rawa ngā kōrero. Just trying to get my thinking right. Green space, so you've mentioned a few different things. How many different versions of green space are there? And I suppose how much of each green space we're talking about are you suggesting to firstly, there's a deficit already, so we've got to make that, there's two parts, right? We've got to sort that out first, and then have the right projections for future growth. Otherwise, we're going to end up in 93 hours. So I hear. So I don't know. Can you sort of explain that a little bit, please?
I'm smiling a little bit because Ryan asked me the same conversation when I kept throwing the word green space out this afternoon. When I say green space, I am including all, but I think it's relevant to the community that you're working within. So the response I just gave in terms of the Western community, we're talking about green space in terms of reserve, so spaces where people can be active, not necessarily play formal sport, for example.
Walk the dog.
Yeah. Yeah, walk the dog, maybe a play space for children that doesn't have to be a destination playground, but somewhere that they can safely access, where they can be free and play, essentially. It might include trees that they can climb if that stuff still happens. It also includes pathways as well. Can they get there safely? Is the footpath safe? Does it enable children to scooter, to skate? to cross roads. It's that kind of thinking. So I appreciate that's concrete, but generally when we're talking about can people be physically active, those are the type of barriers that continue to come up that as a council you can really look to improve. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you're having to put in huge sport and recreation precincts in every quarter of your city. It's more around, is there a place for people to be active? Obviously you have the huge forest right there, so you have an incredibly important asset with the forest, but we just have to think about all of our communities accessing that. So if they're not, what can they access within their communities? So that's green space. I talk generally, but obviously we've provided insights where we are short in spaces for people to participate in structured sport, and that is both in indoor and grass fields.
Thank you. Now I got an idea now of all the different versions that we're talking about. It includes indoor as well. So play space, really. So coming to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just recognise the good work that Sport BOP's done for the communities over a long period of time. So keep up. You're the latest baton holders we sit with. So thank you. Have you been talking to our Parks and Rec team? Because at our annual plan it was signalled loud and clear by a number of sports bodies that we do have the shortage, and the numbers don't come as a surprise. We're leading up to an LTP, so now would be a very good time to have that conversation, and I understand that an audit is underway to address the shortfall, so now would be a good time to have those conversations with our team, and we'll try and get it into the LTP and make a difference for our rangatahi.
Yeah, that'll be great. Yeah, we are part of the working group for the Play Active Rec and Sport strategy led by RLC, and also this one's that's PARS, and then the Open Space Network Plan. I'm just thinking of the acronym, but yeah, Open Space Network Plan as well. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Great, thank you. Thanks for your time.
Is Mr. Dillon here? Oh. Thank you. I couldn't see you behind the screen. Welcome. How do you want to proceed? Your submission's got quite a lot in it.
If it's okay if I just expand on a few of the points in there, if that's all right, take it. Green light? Yep. My name's Chris Dillon. I'm a local resident. I'm also a planner. Kia ora tātou, Chris Dillon, toku ingoa. I just want to follow on from a point, or pick up from the discussion that was with NZTA just before. My personal feeling is there that NZTA shouldn't be dictating where Rotorua grows. It should be Rotorua dictating where it grows. And I think that the fact that they've made all the investment to direct growth out to the east, well, that's perhaps a little bit blind to reality. Most of the population of Rotorua is on the west, and it's far more convenient when you're on the west to go up to Tauranga and Tauriko, through State Highway 36. State Highway 36 is a poor road. It's a poor state highway. It needs significant investment. And I think to acknowledge that reality, NZTA should perhaps recalibrate its funding prioritisation. In a similar vein, I support further industrial growth out in Nongta. That recognises the proximity of Tauriko. There's significant growth going on up there. Will be a draw for commuters from Rotorua. And also, and it's a point I've made in my submission as well, there should be further significant industrial expansion out on State Highway 5, because with the Waikato Expressway out extension almost to Tirau, Rotorua and Tauranga are the same distance in time from Hamilton. And in Hamilton, there is a lot of industry moving down from Auckland. There's a lot of demand for industrial land, and that demand is starting to become quite pronounced, to the point that some, I know in and around Hamilton, there's applications coming in for industrial developments out in the rural area, rural zones, because land in Te Rapa is getting used up so quickly. Hamilton City Council is addressing that, but there are very big opportunities, I believe, for Rotorua to capitalise on that coming shortage, and also proximity to the Waikato Expressway, by locating industrial land near State Highway 5. Another point that I want to expand on as well is the lack of spatial scenarios in the future development strategy, and I think that's particularly important in light of the political uncertainty that we, or the political context that we're in currently. If there's a change of government, National has said that they will at least change the Act that's driving PC9. And PC9, as you know, promotes a high degree of intensification across all the general residential zone, or the residential 1 zone of Rotorua. Now, there is a chance that that Act may change or be scrapped, and if so, one of the underpinnings of the future development strategy falls away. So it would have been good to see other scenarios in there, and just to see what other development outcomes might look like. And I note at the in the MPS urban development, there is a specific requirement at 3.14b for spatial scenarios to be developed, and I'm sure they have been developed. It's just they're not that visible within the document. And another point following on from my promotion of industrial development on the west side of the city is the National Policy Statement on highly productive land, and any expansion out east will encroach on Rotorua's highly productive land. That's about the only area of Rotorua that has such land. So therefore, in terms of the policy statement, it requires that it be jealously guarded. So I'm just interested to see, and I've made the same point in my submission, how that was addressed as part of the future development strategy. I am aware that if there has been some signalling of that urban development prior to the notification of the future development strategy, I think then perhaps there's some embedding, some redlining around that industrial land. But if there wasn't, that may be quite a high bar to jump over for the future development strategy. So I'm not sure what the outcome there is, but I'm just pointing as just indicating that's something that needs to be perhaps further discussed. I think a lot of the other points that I've made are pretty self-explanatory. I will also add, and it was a point made earlier about the flooding certainly since the Auckland floods, and Cyclone Gabrielle has become a lot more topical lately. And I will note that Hamilton City Council, for example, they have paused their PC12, which is the equivalent of PC9, pending significant further work on addressing flood hazards, because that will potentially significantly affect the intensification promoted under the MDRS and their PC12, which is the equivalent of PC9 here. So I'm just highlighting that is a significant issue. It's an issue being taken very seriously, not only by this council, of course, by other councils as well, but to the point, and in the example of Hamilton, where they've paused their intensification pending all the further work on resolving flood hazards, and then they'll resume looking at intensification, but that intensification will likely be different. The final point that I want to make is, and it's my very last point, submission point 23. It's about the nutrient loadings under PC1, and like that happened about 7 or 8 years ago, I think. We had the plan change for that, and that was based on quite highly calibrated nutrient assumptions for different parts of the Rotorua Lake catchment. With the intensification promoted through PC9 and brought through into the FDS, and it's a question I don't know the answer, I'm just wondering, does that change those nutrient loadings that are embedded within that document? So I think that's all the main points that I wanted to expand on there, and yeah, just invite any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Question? Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you for your presentation. I certainly agree that Rotorua should take charge of its own growth. Certainly support that point. First issue is, generally speaking, you support the FDS, in general terms, but just getting to the one point about industrial park or industrial centre, you mentioned State Highway 5 as a suggestion, given its connection to Hamilton and Tauranga, sort of half and half. The Okeheriki block, the group that goes up around Tonu King, around that area.
Sorry, could you?
There's
what block was it?
A Māori block, Okeheriki, that's the name of it, isn't it? Oh, Kohiriki, yeah. That goes up past Tonu King as you go up to the Mamakus there on the right-hand side. They proffered the option of putting an industrial park up there, or developing their lands for industrial and shifting it from Nongataha to that particular space, and then obviously relocating it and building residential and combination commercial where the industrial parks currently are. What's your thoughts on all that?
Well, I think the possible handbrake on that will be infrastructure servicing and getting it up there. My starting point would be to make it contiguous to the urban area where it can connect in most cost effectively into the existing infrastructure. It's a possibility that it could be self-sufficient up there, but then the cost might be prohibitive to the type of industrial development being sought. So, yeah.
Okay.
For your presentation, I just wanted to ask you about your submission point 8, where you mentioned the Peka block industrial area and suggest that at least part of the area should be taken out of the available industrial land because the development hasn't realised in the past?
Yeah, no, I think in the HBA that supports the housing and business assessment report by, I think it's Market Economics, that supports the future development strategy, that the Peka block is, I suppose, fully counted as available for industrial development, but its leasehold status has been a deterrent in the past to uptake, and so perhaps that needs to be reflected in the amount of available industrial land. Perhaps once you water that down a little bit, perhaps we don't have quite as much available industrial land there because it's not as attractive to the market as, say, freehold industrial land, and therefore should we, to recognise that, should we be looking at additional industrial land elsewhere?
Tēnā koe, Mr. Chair. Tēnā koe, thank you for your kōrero. I found your submission particularly interesting. I like it how you had all your points. And I'm going to talk to a couple of those, actually. So, submission 6. Submission 6, yeah, point 6. You say it would have been preferable to have the health of the Lake Rotorua front and centre of the kaupapa. Can you just expand on that, whakaaro, on that thought for a bit, please?
I suppose my starting point there is the Waikato River settlement treaty and the embedding of the protection of the Waikato River in all planning. And so I can't remember the exact name of the act, but it sits above all the other planning. And I think that's appropriate recognition of the endangerment of the river, the damage the river has suffered, and the importance of its revitalisation. And I think the same is present here in Rotorua. Lake Rotorua is the centre of the district, it's the focal point, etc. And I know there is I suppose some centrality in planning through Plan Change 1 to the Bay of Plenty regional plan, the nutrient restrictions, but it doesn't come through, I think, in the FDS strong enough. And probably particularly around the effects of development on stormwater that have an ongoing effect on the lake, particularly at peak flood times when the wastewater network gets inundated, can't cope, and you get overflow. Yeah, I think that needs to be more prominent in the FDS.
No, thank you for that. And just one more quick questions, please, through you, Mr. Chair. You make a comment, I think it's submission point 20, around, you think it's imperative that the lands remain in Māori ownership. As you're probably aware, a lot of those lands that have been identified are Māori owned. So, just wondering what was your thinking behind that kōrero?
Yep. Because I think traditionally the only recourse for Maori land for its development has been freeholding it, and of course that's not appropriate. But it would have been good to see in the FDS some more expansion on how land that retains Maori ownership as leasehold, how the mechanisms for, I suppose, realising maximum value under that tenure arrangement.
So it's the realisation of the value, because we can't really do that at Māori land at the moment. We've got some constraints.
Well,
is that what you're talking about?
Maximum realisation of economic value and economic benefit back to the iwi and hapu, I think. Because it's an asset and you want to derive benefit from it, where you can for advancement, of social and cultural programs. Yeah.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
Mr. Dunn, just one question from me. Please, when I read your submission, I couldn't get a sense of whether you thought this was a good strategy but needed a better evidential base, or it was not a good strategy and needed a better evidential base, because you refer to the 2018 spatial plan and why it hadn't given effect. Where do you actually sit on the broader strategy? Is it a good one but needs more justification, or is it not a good one and it needs to be completely rethought?
No, I just think it's a bit premature. I think it's a bit premature in light of the uncertainty swirling around at the moment.
So what do you say to us? I mean, given the council's required to do it under the national policy statement, accept there's some political concept. Are you suggesting that we should recommend back to the council that it's premature and should just wait, or what?
I acknowledge that there are timelines that you have to adhere to, but I think to respond to that point, I think there should have been some further work evidenced as part of the published draft FDS of different spatial scenarios. So looking, okay, if this doesn't work, well then we go to this.
No, that came through clearly. No, thank you for that. That's helpful to me. It just gives me a better context, just the way I read your submission. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So, team, we just go, the next group of submitters, there are three to save, Glenn Holm, LH Moore and Alan Burt, coming at 5:30. So we're going to adjourn until they arrive. And Mr Dunn will come and tell us when they've arrived. If they're early, we'll come back early. So we'll adjourn until then.
That is the same, east side and Ngongotaha. But then when I listened to your kora at the start, you did mention that you were okay with growth as long as it didn't impede on neighbours or thing like that. I'm just asking because I'm trying to get it clear in my head. And the other thing you're very clear on now was no more KO. Is that the crux of it? Thank you. That's all I need. Just unless you had any more to sort of.
Well, I think nobody can object to new buildings as long as they don't impact on the people already living there. Now, if you move into an apartment, you know what you're getting, and if the apartments are in one particular area, you know, perhaps as a starting point when your first home, you can expect a bit of noise from above and below and from your neighbours. That's all part of it. But when you've bought a property and you've got space, and then that all changes, that's not what you were expecting when you purchased the property, or whether you rented a property there. You know, nobody likes the change around them, but if it's a new designated area, for example, I believe there might be some development in Nongataha, the people who move in there, they know what to expect. If that makes sense?
Yes, that's kia ora.
Been answered, Chairman, thanks. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Understand the concerns very clearly. Thank you for that. Thank you for coming in. And Mr. Moore.
Thank you.
Mr. Burt was this other person, but it hasn't arrived yet. So this may be you may be our last submitter for the evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You probably made my wife happy because when this date was fixed, she'd already committed to having people for dinner, so she can't be here. So I might get back in time to get a late glass of wine.
Well, you want to get home for the dinner, I assume.
No. It's all right. I'm used to eating late. Please don't be misled by the Auckland postal address which we use. My wife is a man from the Nongataha Valley. She was brought up in a farm in Dancy Road, went to Nongataha School. Bob's her cousin. Her father was also Bob. And Jessie Martin Memorial Park, of course, was her grandmother. We lived in Rotorua for quite a while, back in the days when things were a bit friendlier between the political parties. I can remember the National Party supporters at the Kaifong service station buying tickets and raffles, being promoted by Peter Tapsell and one or two others, and they bought each other's raffle tickets and had a joke about it. And I just wish that atmosphere still prevailed in New Zealand generally. Now, 40-odd years ago,
Can you just come back to your microphone, just because so we can hear it?
We planted 300 odd, or just under 300 odd camellias along our road frontage. And if you drive up Rotorua Road, you'll only ever see half of them in flower because we planted two different sorts for the birds and the bees, so they flower at different times of the year. So, and we have a house in the bottom of Dancy Road.
So we're travelling backwards and forwards through Nongata the whole time, two or three times a day, quite often. I think you'll all be aware of the huge traffic backup in the mornings. Evenings are a bit patchier, but at times the solid walking pace queue goes back virtually to the West End Shopping Centre. If you put another 6,000 people into Nongata without putting your road, your main traffic flow outside the centre of the village, you will destroy the village. You'll destroy it because if you add the traffic that the additional population will generate to what's happening already and is going to get worse. Even now, there are times when we get the morning queue, sometimes goes back to Delbeth Road, occasionally goes back to Rotorua Road, and it's virtually stopped. So the first key to any development, and it's a lesson that people in New Zealand seem very slow to learn, is you get your infrastructure in place first. That obviously applies to water, sewage and all that, not necessarily the fine details, but you get your major feeders in place. I don't know quite how you cope with creating a major traffic corridor around Nongata. There's obviously two options, one's towards the lake, the other's inland. On the face of it, you'd probably have to go around the outside of the existing housing. But unless you do it, what will happen is this. The traffic will be clogged, people won't be able to rely on getting to work on time or even sometimes getting there for quite a lot later. That means people won't want to live in the area, which means that what you're doing is creating a slum for those who don't normally go to work in town. And that was really the start of what I am suggesting, is that you'll get, instead of just the peak walking pace traffic we get at times now, that you get it happening all the time. There's a choke where the Nongata Road comes down from 4 lanes to 2. That's a major choke point, but obviously it's not going to be a huge exercise to extend that to State Highway 5. But then through the village, there's still very heavy traffic. And of course, you're getting people living in Kawerau, for example, coming into Rotorua, and you're getting people living in Rotorua working in Tauranga. So it's a problem that, to me, needs solving before any development takes place.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So you're not opposed to it growing, provided infrastructure is sorted, or are you saying it shouldn't grow because the infrastructure is not sorted? I've tried not to solve all the world's problems through one small head. I've been alive for far too long to know that never works. I'm accepting that there has to be change. But what I'm saying is that unless it progresses in a carefully staged way, the damage that this community has suffered over recent years is going to become a lot worse. Thank you, that's clear. I wanted to understand that. Thank you.
Now, I just want to mention briefly a couple of infrastructure type aspects. We spent part of our time in Auckland, though I suppose this calendar year it's only a matter of a few weeks. I've been down here the whole time. We've got, we travel backwards and forwards through some areas of Auckland where there's been a lot of redevelopment. Even where 3 stories are permitted, it's often 2-story because of the stair problem. If you want to put a lift in it. And we've got a daughter living on the north side of Hamilton where there's a lot of redevelopment. In most of that new development, even if the dwellings have got a garage, it's not used as a garage or not used for very long as a garage. It becomes a spare bedroom, it becomes a box room. Modern housing design doesn't seem to take into account that people acquire objects and you've got to have somewhere to put them. The other thing is that, and I've noticed this particularly around the Rotorua area of Hamilton, you're getting streets that you can hardly get through because there are cars parked on both sides of the road because there's nowhere else to park them. There's been at least one example, and I just couldn't pick up where it was, of situations where emergency services haven't been able to get into a place because of that sort of clutter. So what I'm suggesting is that there should be a requirement at Nongataha if you're proposing extensive new housing, not only that each dwelling have a garage, but that also each dwelling has at least one off-street parking space. It doesn't necessarily have to be any particular layout. And the other thing is, of course, access for emergency services, ambulance, fire, that sort of thing, because you can get one of these developments where they're crowded out the site and trying to get, you imagine trying to get a fire engine through. It doesn't work. Now, the last point I wanted to make was in relation to the surrounding rural area. We've got an impossible situation there at the moment. The Regional Council, in its wisdom, has tried to deal with the lake problem by dramatically restricting both the amount of fertiliser that can be put on a property and the amount of stock that can be carried. It's creating a nightmare. It's creating a nightmare because it's simply rendering a lot of the smaller blocks, like our place in Rotorua Road, completely uneconomic. We deer farmed there for over 40 years. We've sold the deer. We're just waiting to see what the world delivers, but at the moment we've just got a few sheep and cattle on it. Now, when you're planning, you see what we've had as a result, and I know the mechanisms that we used. I mean, I did every planning battle in this district from end of 1972 to middle of 1985, but that makes me an old fogey. Yes, you've got Todd Duncan Drive, you've got the Dibley development further up Rotorua Road, and you've got one or two other small ones. The 40-hectare type approach has gone out the window, and people want properties with a bit of space, but frankly, most people, particularly those who are brought up in the city, don't want anything that's bigger than they can look after with a ride-on mower, and that means a couple of hectares. our block in Rotorua Road, 60 horsepower tractor. And that's what you need, but you can't justify the economics of it. So what I'm suggesting is that rather than just spots of rural residential development, you should create a coherent zone that really extends around Nongataha. The difficulty with the developments that have taken place so far is there's virtually no infrastructure in the way of, there's a shop at Hamarana, nothing else before Pies Power, if I remember.
Mr. Moore, just because of time and how much, can I just cut in here? I think we understand what you're asking. Can I just check if there are questions? It'd probably be more efficient.
Sure.
So, does anyone have any questions of
Okay.
Mr. Moore? Because I think you've raised issues with Nongataha, the infrastructure, you're concerned about the subdivision size. So
Yeah.
Councillor Nees?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Just a question. So you're not necessarily opposed to development in Nongataha, but you want it to be deferred so that a really good structure plan and very good urban design and be put in place, and you would be certain as a result of that that there would be good infrastructure that would be there to support the negative impacts of growth. Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, I would have hoped that the structure plan was already at least in draft. New Zealand's been doing this for years. It's awful in Auckland. I mean, we live in Auckland part of the time because we have to, but the tendency over the years has been to build the houses first, hook up perhaps the sewage, and that, but then start to, well, oh, we've got this traffic problem. And it happens all around New Zealand, and one of the things that happens is when you've got a village and you've got the main road through it, you tend by and large to get development on one side of it.
I'll come back, and I think you answered the question. I think you would prefer, you think a structure plan should have already been done, but your view is that
do it first.
Do it first. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Councillor Watt, sure. Do you have no councillor?
Thanks.
Kia ora, tēnā koe, Chair. Tēnā koe, tēnā koe. Just a quick question. You mentioned the creation of a, I think you called it a coherent zone or something like that.
Yeah.
Can you just give me a quick idea of what you mean by that, please?
What I'm suggesting is that the areas close to Nongataha, well, on the other side of Nongataha, bottom end of Delbeth Road, you've got Keith Road on the other side, you've got Rotorua Road, and then a bit of Central Road. You've got Todd Duncan way up the top off Central Road. Big development, looks nice. That you should be saying, right, this area is rural residential. Wakatani's got a 2-hectare rural subdivisional zone. You don't go over there and see everybody subdividing. The market controls it. The land subdivision is one of the easiest ways I know to become a millionaire, and it's by far the easiest way I know to become a bankrupt.
Again, I think the
Thank
question's
you.
been answered.
Okay,
Thank you.
I understand what you mean. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Moore, for coming in. Look, I've got particular interest around water quality and nutrient management, and just very quickly, you make mention of technology from clean tech. Have I got that right?
Yeah, I talked to the regional council guys a while ago.
Just specifically, what technology is it? How does it address water quality in this environment?
I did mention that there. Their technology is designed to take all sorts of things out of water for domestic and industrial use. I've kept a low profile on it because I've got some shares in it. I've had them for a long time. It's partly a membrane technology, but it's flexible. They've just done a project in Central Australia where they're basically getting the uranium out of the water for an Aboriginal community. They've got projects in the Arab states. They've got a project in China. It's only a tin pot little company, but and it seems to me that where the regional council has missed the bus has been on the technology. They've taken for granted for the lake, for example, that there's nothing much you can do about the inflow from Hamarana, which is nutrient-laden, and the inflow out of the Tikiteri area, which is like, what's it, Hamarana, if I recall rightly, is phosphate, and the other one's nitrate.
Is your question answered? Are you happy with?
Now you can just put a little weir under the road at Hamarana, just circulate the water through a small plant out into the lake. The trout can jump over the weir.
Thank you very much.
We'll have a look at that.
The council's got some problems with the regional council, and
I think I missed.
Oh, I knew about that,
Mr. Moore. I think this is a really good place to stop. Thank you for your submission. I think it's clearly understood. So thank you very much for coming in, and I think those are all of the submissions that we're going to hear.
I apologise if I've tended to wander a bit.
No, it's fine. I hear your wife's calling you home for dinner, so I suspect you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
You've got some fascinating problems that will be around long after I'm not.
Thank you very much for coming in. Mr. Burt was another submitted, but is not coming by the sounds of it. So I think those are all the submissions that want to be heard. So just before we close, just thank the panel very much for sitting here also, but I particularly want to thank the council officer team for sitting here for both days and certainly sitting late. Thank you very much for that. It's been very helpful to do that. So I'll adjourn this part, and we just want to close. Do you want to? Thank you.
We're meeting Friday.
So